Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Did you know no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging? Select our standard delivery for just $2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $4.95.
I found Jewellery Maker by flicking through the TV one day and being absolutely astounded by the gemstones and the price. Obviously sceptical at first, but within days I'd ordered, never looked back. My first impressions were how friendly the channel is and feeling like being on the other side of the screen, you're still part of it. I enjoy the gemstones most about the channel, but also the presenters and the guest designers learning new techniques. Claire McDonald's my favourite guest designer. Her wire work is absolutely amazing, astounding. I love how the channel's evolved recently. I love the prices that we get, and the customer service is fantastic. Advice for somebody starting out in Jewellery Maker would be to have a little go at everything, see what you like, and then go with that, because you'll excel at whatever you're enjoying.
Welcome one and all to our Trend Weekend. It's so lovely to be with you today. My name is Becky. It's absolutely wonderful for you to join us here at Jewellery Maker. We have got Trend Weekend. It's all about colour, it's all about fashion. London Fashion Week started yesterday. Did you see some of the pieces? Oh my lord. How some of those amazing people walk down the catwalk in those things is wow. We have got colour trend, and colour of course is something which will inspire us time and time again. Sometimes we'll see colours that go together that will just kick a spark, and that is exactly what we're going to be doing today. We're talking all about colour in the new Pantone season for the fall/autumn time of year, and we have got a lady who's worked through these pieces with this wonderful amount of colour, starting off with one of your favourites, well definitely one of my favourites. It's the Aurora Red colour. Today I am joined by the lady formerly known as Janet. It's Jan! Hey you! How are you?
Yeah, really good, really good.
Your hair is looking absolutely delightful today. It really is.
Thank you. I washed it and everything just
I know,
for you.
I know. Thanks so much. I really do appreciate it, because last time... Jan, kits, talk.
Amazing. They are absolutely beautiful to work with. My sister stayed with us over the last couple of days, and I showed her the pieces, and they were the sort of kits that just practically made themselves. You know, when you open a kit and you just know exactly what you want to do with it, and everything went right, and it was just a joy to work with them.
I'm so glad you've had fun, and you can absolutely see it in those pieces. We've got some incredible looks coming up for you today, and some incredible pieces. Can I just let you know, BBPD, it's a new thing, backed by popular demand. Just came up with that. Backed by popular... Oh, sorry, Director Ben's in. We have got Stardust beads coming up for you a little bit later on. This is going to be our Octo 1 to ohm. So we're looking at about 3 o'clock-ish, so do stay tuned for these because very special. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be bringing to you some Guardian bails, or wire end tips, if you will. I tried to charade these out the other day. No one got it at all.
I saw that.
I don't know how anyone didn't get it. I really don't.
I didn't get it.
Did you not?
No.
It's dead obvious. It was really obvious. I did this. Like I'm a guard by a door, and then obviously I couldn't sign out the second one, so I just did EastEnders, Beryl. And people were messaging like, bouncer Ian. I'm like, no, guard Ian. Get it? Yet again, no. So let's get started, shall we? I've got a glorious Beryl that you're going to adore. Did you love the Tanzanite that we had on for you earlier? It's astonishing, isn't it? This is maybe one that if you couldn't quite stretch to that price point, but you still want a really lovely burst of colour, then this could most certainly be the one for you. This is your grade A Tanzanite, genuine one locational gemstone, which has got a lovely amount of gloss to it, don't you think? It's got a lovely glossy surface to it, hasn't it? Tanzanite actually can be pretty tricky to get up to such a high gloss when you haven't faceted it. But these are most certainly giving you that gloss, because don't forget, when you're getting a gloss, obviously that talks about the surface luster. But it also needs a little bit of clarity, a little bit of translucency to really bring that out. And boy, does this have it. That's great, because it means that light's going to move through. It means that it's going to really kind of cascade through, and that's what we want, isn't it, in a lot of gemstones? Obviously not in all, but in a lot of gemstones that's what we want. Think about it like when you're driving your car, you know, if you've got your window open, you've got a lovely breeze through, it feels all nice and fresh and lovely. When you've got your windows done up, and maybe you've got a wet dog in the back or whatever, or a fly that's trying to get out, you know, you want that movement through, don't you? Possibly one of the strangest analogies, I'll be honest. It started off better in my head. I've got 28 of these available for you now. Anyone who's got a dog will know the wet dog smell.
Yeah.
Ooh. 26 of these available for you now. You have got 43 carats worth, and we're bringing it to you at £9.95. If you couldn't stretch to the other graded Tanzanite earlier on, then why not treat yourself to this? This is a very special gemstone. Jan, you look as happy as Larry on Larry's Day. Why?
That price? Tanzanite? Grade A?
Yeah.
It just doesn't go together. And
No.
we're looking at it, like you say, it's so beautiful. And that strand was going to go such a long way. I mean, if you use it as a spacing between your pearls, I've just got to say that now and get it out of the way.
Get it out of the way.
Right. But then use it for channel setting. Look with the Beryl. Just yeah, it's beautiful.
Really
and that price
stunning,
just
isn't it?
doesn't compute, does it?
It doesn't. No, you're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense. 1 add 1 equals 7, as they say. It does not make sense.
Oh, wow, look at that.
The Beryl is phenomenal, and that is coming up at around about 145. Loads of you coming in for this Tanzanite. Oh, I've got the bargain hunters in today. I can see it. Bargain hunters in Gloucestershire, Essex, Cumbria, loads of other places. Sorry, no, I don't mean David Dickinson, bargain hunter. I don't mean him. I mean the rest of you. Although I'm sure he's a fan. I'm sure he is. We've got 11 of these ones left. Beryl coming up for you very shortly. Now, I understand we're talking about Beryl, very high value gemstone. I'm going to take this to, well, let's just say a price that I hope a lot of you will finally be able to own good, workable Beryl today. I have that opportunity for you. Who's had the magazine? Who's had the magazine in? Have you had our magazine? Because you know we did the pre-order, didn't we? We did the pre-order, and I know a lot of you have already got it. Hey, my magazine has arrived. How exciting! Only trouble is, I want to watch the bargains. Reading the break. That's my advice. There you are. I hope that sorted your day out. Hello, Tina. Hello, Gabriella. Gabriella is saying, good afternoon, ladies. Looking lovely as ever. I'm very excited as the postie delivered my JM magazine today. Are you going to be reading it in the break as well? That's why I'd be doing it. Reading it in the break.
Yeah.
Have a nice bath later.
Yeah.
In the bath.
Candles.
Nice
wine.
little candles, little favourite beverage.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll be there later.
Yeah.
Mind you, I haven't had mine delivered yet. I'm still waiting.
I've got my copy, but it's the 6 pages that are repeated copy. I've not even seen the proper one yet. I haven't. Do feel free to text us in today. I want to know about your colour trends. Do you know what? We're talking trends. Have you had any trend faux pas? That's what I want to know about. Trend faux pas. From this year, last year, or when you were 7. I can tell you one of mine. One of mine is when I was younger, I've got really, really naturally very, very curly hair. So when I was younger, I used to scrape it back. This is before the days of straighteners, etc. And you used to like iron your hair, it wasn't great. You used to scrape it back. And what I used to do is scrape back hair, just have one strand of hair that went right down the centre like this, that was obviously a curl, okay? It's looking good that at the moment. That had a curl, and I used to put blue hair mascara in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that was a sight to behold.
Oh, honestly, I was the coolest 14-year-old on the block. I really was. Okay, they've nearly gone. Well done to everyone. So do feel free to text us in. Jan, I want you to think of yours. I'm going to ask you for it in a second. Okay. I have got for you here a beautiful blue Serenity hue opal. This is your sky blue opal, and it has one of the most gentle colours that I have seen for quite a while in a blue opal, actually. Sometimes with the blue opal you're getting a little bit more of a tonality, a little bit of a deeper tone. This for me is absolutely and completely idyllic serenity. In fact, it's almost, if you look at it, touching upon the likes of a Peruvian opal or a Larimar kind of colour, don't you think? It really is. It's getting more of that. My director Ben's just made a joke that says, look, the colour of Peruvian opal, can you prove that? Well, joke's on you, because yes I can, because I've got a Peruvian opal here. So I'm going to show you it alongside. Look, isn't it? Isn't it more of that Peruvian opal colour, don't you think? It's got that glorious look. This is Peruvian opal that we've got here. It's more of that Peruvian opal colour, isn't it? So I have got your really gentle, serenity, calming, relaxing, centralising sky blue opal here. And because you've got that gentler colour, because you've got that beautiful, gentle element, I think this is going to go perfectly for more of your winter kind of frozen designs. If you want to treat yourself to this, how about we give it to you at an under £10 price today, okay? It's not under £10 day. We've seen this on an under £10 day, so I've got to repeat that price because it was only a couple of weeks, well, a week or so ago. We're giving it to you today at £9.95 for you today. That is an exceptional deal. That's a really, really, really special prize. It was like an 80s VCR pause. I was thinking more one of those guys in the street. Do you know what I mean? You do. Those people in the street who stand still. What are they called? Yes, you have seen them. Human statues. That's what I was thinking.
The ones
more
that
of
painted silver and
yes,
gold.
yeah. And they just stand still.
Right.
And then they move a bit. Oh, interesting. £9.95. Loads of you again coming on in for this. If you want to make an order, it's so easy. 0800 644 655. This is a genuine, real deal gemstone. So do make the most of it. Jan, we're talking trend faux pas. What is a trend faux pas of yours, please?
Well, looking back at old photographs and things, which I've been doing over the last few weeks, I think the Bay City roller phase for me was probably the one. High waist trousers, flare trousers with the tartan bits on them, cheesecloth top, neckerchief, not good. Long hair that came down and all you could see was like my nose sort of sticking out. It was awful.
Do you know what?
Awful.
I'm actually loving the outfit until you described the hair. Then I can understand that may not have looked the best. But the outfit sounds chic.
Do you think?
Was it not?
You haven't seen the photograph?
No, all right. You're going to have to bring them in for me next time. Do feel free to text us in. I really want to know this. 60777, so text us with James Studio. Okay, final few chances on this. Sky blue opal, well done to one and all, at £9.95. These would go great with those Stardust spaces I've got coming up in a bit. I'm going to really quickly bring to you the Peruvian opal before those Guardians come in for you. Guardians of the Jewellery Maker Galaxy. This is your Peruvian opal, and I have to say it is one of my most kind of interesting locations to get opal. What you get with Peruvian opal is this vibrant turquoise-esque effect. What you get is so basically this is a Peruvian opal which comes from a location very near the Andes, and what you get with a Peruvian opal is a history that really is kind of unrivaled by many actually. It's something which has almost this turquoise-like matrix within some of them. And these natural elements that you get are literally snapshots of history. When you get opal, you tend to not get that many of these kind of interest points within there. I mean, you don't get this in the likes of your jelly opal, your Wello opal, the likes of your Ethiopian opal. You just don't get it. Even your Australian opal, you don't. Whereas with this, you get that individuality. You get that beauty of this matrix, that webbing that again you would normally look for in the likes of turquoise and even in the likes of your Larimar. Now when you have this interest, when you have this intrigue, for me it says genuine gemstone. For me, people are going to be looking at this and knowing full well that this is the real deal. Will they naturally know that it is an opal and that it is a natural real deal opal? No, they won't. They'll know it's definite, they'll know it's real. And don't forget, if you do want to get your authenticity on this, absolutely feel free to. But what I love about this, and I think this is what opal lovers, amber lovers, turquoise lovers will love about this strand, is because you have got so much interest and intrigue in every single one. Look at how individual each one of these is and how it tells a different story. I think it's got so much intrigue to it. And it gives you a snapshot of exactly how this was made up. And it does give you this, almost depicts actually that rough and jagged kind of elements of the Andes itself. It almost shows you how it's kind of building and breaking apart, and that huge amount of pressure on the tectonic movement which pushed this element up. That's what this is. It's history in there. Now this, for that location, is an astonishing one, because Peruvian opal, it stands out from the crowd, I think, when it comes to opal. We are going to knock this down. That's gone from just shy of £24 to £11.95. This is history. This almost shows you and depicts to you that tectonic movement, that beautiful kind of moment in history. £11.95 from around 24. I want to know, because this is unusual, this is unique. I understand that not everyone will have had the opportunity to work with it, because it is usually the £25, £26 mark, and not everyone gets down that. Can I just say everyone pays the final price? I know that a couple of you came in before that price drop. Don't forget, you pay £11.95. It just means you're fighting that elbowing bit now of everyone trying to rush for this, because that is such a big price drop for something that I bet not many of you actually own. Jan, for something that is so unique and individual, what would you be doing, please?
Well, for me, because of the size of them, I think they're beautiful. I think centre of a bracelet, centre of a necklace, centre of a wire work necklace would be beautiful. They could be, you just space them out with the spacer beads that you've got sort of coming up as well. Just spaced out would look beautiful. But I think they're gorgeous because you've got those real serene sort of blues in there, but then you've got the ones with interest and you know, so it sort of hits lots of different markers, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. Tracy's in saying, Jan, mobile. She tried to text you on your mobile. I reckon that's autocorrect. Jan, totally, maybe it was totally, know exactly where you were coming from. White trousers with tartan band at the bottom, scarf tied in, on the wrist. Yeah. OMG, what were we thinking?
You had it on your wrist so that when you started singing, you was like sort of, you know, giving it some.
Really?
Yeah, I was there, right there.
Was it both wrists?
Could be. Depending on sort of, you know, how about the
one-arm stamina, if you will. I love that, Tracy. Hello, Gabrielle, lovely lass. I was a raging goth and had bright purple mohawk.
Wow.
I loved it. That is cool.
It is, yeah.
I think that's a really cool
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, I
That's
like that.
proper goth, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
Go for
tried to be a bit of an emo once, a bit of a kind of indie emo kind of skater, and I went to a Lost Property and got a Green Day hoodie out of Lost Property and put on this Green Day hoodie and was walking around school with it, and people started asking me questions about Green Day and I didn't have a clue. Lasted about 2 weeks before people caught on, and that was not my scene at all. I love the goth idea. What? Bring it back, Gabrielle, why not? $11.95, well done to all of you. Okay, it's that time. Wire Guardians. Back in stock. Oh, I'm joined today by the beardiest man in the biz, Toby! Hi, Tobes. I was going to ask you to get me a blackboard, but it's all right. Jan's just flung one at me. Thank you, Jan.
You're welcome.
Oh, great, he says. Okay, these are backed by popular demand. I've got around 300. So, multi-purchasing, absolutely and completely fine for you to multi-purchase on these. We have got 20 pieces of these. Minus the one I've just dropped on the floor. Oh, we have got here for you your Wire Guardians. And for anyone... Oh, Jan.
Yes.
Could you, any chance, you could show us or tell us or talk to us about how exactly we use these? Because we've got over 300. We're saying absolutely fine for you to multi-purchase. Not a problem with that whatsoever. Could we go over to you in a minute or two, and I'll bring all the information on, and then is it all right if we come over and see how these are used? Because I understand that for designers and for you at home, that this is something that when we don't have it on and you run out, I understand that it is one of those things that you really, really want to see and you really, really want to get your hands on, because we don't do them in the findings packs. We don't generally do them in sterling silver often at all. And I know, I can almost guarantee when we do a pearl showcase, or when we do pearl knotting, or when we have Fleur on talking about her pearl workshop, pearl warehouse. Fleur has one. Oh, she's so posh. She doesn't. I don't know of, who knows? Fleur talking about her workshop. Every single time, I can almost guarantee we will have at least one text message in about pearl knotting and when are we getting the wire end tips or the Guardians back in stock. They are one of our most popular pieces of equipment that we have. I've already got 100 of these gone, I need to make you aware. Now, you at home, love and adore these so much, and I want to let you know that these are the 20 pieces you're getting. It is genuine sterling silver, and if you are brand new and you don't know how to use these, oh my goodness, Jan's going to show us, so don't worry. We're going to be showing you how to use them. If you're one of the 100 who've bought these, why don't you text us in as well and let us know why exactly you've missed these, or maybe what you use these for, because I understand that so many people do, and a lot of people will put this as their kind of go-to essential. Very rarely, and I'm seeing it now, very rarely when we bring these to screen will people just buy one set. This is the thing that people buy 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s of, because we very rarely get to see them at all. We hardly ever get to see them in copper, even rarer than that to see them in precious metal. But when you're working with these as an essential for the likes of your pearl knotting, for the likes of working at the end of your high-end Tanzanite pieces, for example, you need that sterling silver. You want that quality. The quantity is dropping down dramatically. I need to get that price in for you. £6.95. Lowest price we're allowed to go to, £6.95. This is genuine sterling silver. This is an astonishing deal. Make the most of it, okay? Make the most of it. I've got so many multi-purchases. I mean, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. Got someone who's just gone off on screen purchasing 6 of these. Please do make the most of it whilst you can. And we are going to move over to lovely Jan now to see exactly how to use these. Do you want me to bring one over, Jan? Yeah,
yes, please.
I'll bring one over. So we're going to head on over. There are about 70 of you with this in your baskets. There are so many of you who's checked out. I've got half of my stock gone on this already. Started off with over 300 it was, but still, you know, do get it whilst you can. Heading on over now to the wonderful Jan to see exactly how to use these. If you're getting these because you understand it's essential, because you understand how much you you need these, but maybe you haven't actually worked with them before. We're going to show you how to now. So do make a note of the date and the time if you want to watch this back at your leisure and kind of remember how to use it, let's say. Half of the stock has gone, a mammoth amount of these in baskets. What is so perfect about these for you, please, just before we see how to use them?
For me, because they're sterling silver, when I'm doing knotted pearls, if I'm not using the French wire, the wire guardians are perfect because your thread will go through them and it will stop the threads from sort of rubbing on the clasp.
Perfect.
So they're brilliant. They're a tiny little thing, but they're just so useful and yeah, they're great.
And they give longevity to your pieces as well, don't they?
Because if you're using thread, sometimes if on the clasp it will move. Because the clasp isn't really sort of rigid, you want a bit of movement.
Of course you do.
You know, it could.
Because otherwise it catches and it knots sometimes, doesn't it?
And over time it could wear,
especially with silks.
Yeah,
if you're doing it with your pearl.
Exactly. So that could wear against the clasp. So this just protects it. It does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah, really does. So this is how we use them.
So I'm going to use beading thread.
Perfect.
And I've got a clasp, but it's a gold-plated clasp, so it's not the one that I use, but it just shows you what to do. Now, what you do is you thread your thread through here, but what I find is sometimes it's easier to go in this way because you've got that groove there.
That's an interesting tip because you've got the two loops at the bottom and then it's open at the top, isn't it?
Yep. So what you would do is pass one. This is how I would start. Pass one thread through one side, and then the other through the other. Pull that all the way along. Now your wire is sitting perfectly within that.
Perfectly.
So what I would do then is, if you want to put your crimp bead on there or whatever, you can do that. You can crimp these.
You can crimp the loops down,
can't you? Personally, I don't do that.
You don't need to,
do you? You don't need to. So I actually leave them as they are. So what I would do is then take one of the ends, pass it through whatever clasp you're going to use, there, and then that will sit. If I put a bead on, you'll see exactly where we're going. I'll pop a little bead on there, if she says if she can, and then you'll see how it all sort of sits together. So now you've got your clasp there, which is really, you've got movement.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you're using sort of larger beads, sometimes if your clasp is too close, it's difficult to actually get to the clasp.
Yeah.
But this actually gives you that space between the necklace and the clasp mechanism.
Yeah.
So it makes life a lot easier, makes it nice and neat, you get a professional finish, and it sort of gives longevity to your pieces, like you say.
Really does. In particular with the likes of your silks, as we said, for the likes of your pearl knotting, because obviously we say, don't we, that you need to have your, they say to have your pearls restrung, don't they?
Yeah.
At kind of regular intervals.
Yeah.
Things like this will help with the longevity of the likes of your silks,
Definitely.
which, especially if you've got just a clasp onto the silk.
And that's exactly what, the necklace that I've got on at the moment, I haven't got these on, and I did it because I was sort of, me and my sister were sitting making, and I was making them actually to sell, and I forgot to put a wire guardian on this.
Okay.
And so I haven't sold it because if I turn it around, shall I turn it around?
Yeah, I can see that front
Don't get
bit.
the double chin there.
No, you haven't got one, Jan.
I have.
You have not.
I have. But you can see how close the clasp is to the pearl. There.
Yeah.
And it makes it, for me, really difficult.
Yeah, I can
It
see
makes
that.
it really difficult to open
To
that.
actually attach
because you've
it.
got the pearl there and it's hard to get to
Get
the
your
mechanism.
fingers in the way. Ah, really good point.
So,
Really
with one
good
of
point.
those on, it gives you that extra space.
Absolutely. And actually, better for the pearl, in fact, because you can see that with the jump ring section, that is very much rubbing against the pearl.
Yeah.
With this, you've only got those two little elements, those
Exactly.
two little areas.
Yeah. So it protects your pearls,
Yeah.
it protects your thread, and it just, well, for me, it's a must really. And I kicked myself when I realised I hadn't done that at the one end, and I'd gone too far, so I thought I'll do it, and I'll keep it for myself.
Yeah, why not?
You know, but it is, because I wouldn't sell it because it is awkward to open and close.
Definitely.
But if I'd have put one of these on, I'd have sold this piece.
And how much would you have sold something like that for?
120.
120.
Yeah.
So, you know, it just goes to show it's the little extras, the little bits of thought that really do go into it. Thank you so much
You're
for showing us
welcome.
that, Jan.
Do you want it back now?
What? Yeah, go on then.
Go on, have it back. Put it back in there.
All right, yeah, go on. Thanks, love.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm heading on over now. I'll even give you your beading thread
Oh, you're
back.
so kind.
Aren't I good? So that is how you use it. I have less than 100 now. Technically, do not forget that this bit here is very much an ish of a number. It doesn't actually take into account till later on the amount of people that have multi-bought. So with the amount of, you know, 2s, 3s, 4s, etc. That have been purchased, it doesn't tend to take that into account till a little bit later, until people have kind of stopped checking out. I've been told there's over 40 in baskets now. So, you know, once they go, obviously I'm going to have a tiny proportion of these ones left. Please don't forget for me too, it's very important to have them in the sterling silver.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. I like an agreement interruption. Tell us why it is for you, Jam.
Well, when we had these on last time and I was at home, I think I bought 10 packs. Yeah. Because it's, as you were about to say, sorry for interrupting.
No.
But it is really important that all the elements of a piece, for me it's really important that all the elements in the piece that you make are sterling silver. And so right down to this sort of element that seems like the tiniest of elements on the piece, but is one of the most important elements of it. So
definitely.
Yeah. So I'd get them, and I'd multiply them as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I would just like to make you aware, I have got these sterling silver, I've got the sterling silver spacer beads coming up later, so that's going to be a perfect collection together. But I do want to make you aware that sterling silver has been going up and up and up and up and up over the last few months. At the moment, it's dropped back down. Now, you might think, oh, well, the silver prices have dropped back down, so that means everything Jewellery Maker is going to bring to us is going to be much lower in price. Not the case, because, of course, when we have been purchasing, it's been at its highest price point. That's why if you go into your high street stores now, you will see the price of silver will be up. Now, we're at a bit of a peak now. That's why when we're bringing you sterling silver chains, genuinely this is one of my biggest tips of kind of the next few weeks. If you see a sterling silver chain that's under $12.95, purchase it, because essentially we're at a bit more of a peak, and in November, looking back at the last 6 months and the peak that has given, because obviously we're about 6 months behind from ordering and getting the piece made and everything else, we saw a peak around November. There's a peak 6 months ago, which will be hitting in about November. So we're going to see another peak in the rise of sterling silver. So if you see any pieces like this and you think, might I want those for Christmas? I genuinely would encourage you to purchase them now, because in November, when you're going last minute Christmas things, you quite simply will be paying more for the silver. Extremely low in quantity. As I said, over 40 a basket still at this point. Lots of people on the phone. Stay exactly where you are. If you want more sterling silver, I have got those coming up for you in a bit. I've also got an incredible Burmese sapphire, which is going to set all of your connoisseur hearts aflutter. It really will. Well done, everyone who got those. You know we don't see them often. Loads more treats coming up. Okay, you said to me to bring you something, and I forgot. That's exactly what I thought you said. This is a chain that I've managed to bring to you 4 times previously, but not in this colour. It's autumn. Autumn's around the corner, and are we? No, we're not technically in autumn yet, are we? 22nd, is it? I love this one. It's super duper autumnal. I really, really love the look of this. I brought you the silver variety. I'm now bringing to you the antiques copper variety of this glorious chain. Oh, it's still got serious sparkle, hey? I absolutely love and adore this chain. I think it's sensational. I love that you're going to be able to get those wires and those findings pack that match this. I adore that you're going to be able to do your really lovely autumnal designs with these. And I also really like that. The other one that I've brought to you is the silver, and there's so much silver on that it is super bling. I mean, it is bling central. With this though, it's slightly more muted, maybe therefore slightly more wearable. Maybe even slightly more mature, maybe more for the day wear pieces, but when you still want a little bit of a spring in your step, this has most certainly got it. If you've not seen this before, let me show you a little element of it. So, Let me shimmy those down. You can see that there is a chain at the heart of this, and every single chain has 2 of those wonderful filigree designed leaves or wings on them. And you get a huge amount of those charms based around this. If you just wanted to do a simple charm bracelet with this, which you absolutely could, I mean, it's going to be a glorious design. You could do, you know, your hand adornments with these very, very easily, because don't forget you're getting a meter's worth of this. So you've got a really large, massive amount on here. But if you think about the individual charms, okay, we have got approximately in a centimetre, let me double check with this one. Obviously it'll vary slightly, but we have got in a centimetre 2 links. It's 2 and a bit, but I'll say 2 links. So you have got in a centimetre 2 links of chain and 4 of those leaves. So realistically, got about 400 charms on this, which is a mammoth amount. Even if you just wanted to take off 1 link, you're going to get 2 charms with that. That could be your little signature. That could be your little sign, you know, maybe to pop on the back of your pieces. Maybe to have it, because branding and trends are huge around companies that have go-to pieces, go-to things. If I say to you the word Gucci, we can all see the logo, can't we? If I say to you Chanel, we can all see the Chanel logo, can't we? Yves Saint Laurent, you can all see that logo, and that's one of the ways that they've really built their brand. And this is the type of thing that you could do with this. You can essentially have, well, even 800 pieces, because if there's 400 of your little links maybe at the back of these that can be your logo, that could be your go-to. This is going to be used for so much, and still we're going to be able to do it for you at £14.95. Now I dare not ask for the maths to be done on how much this would be per charm, because I am well aware I've got about 400 charms on this. So I'm joined today by manager Scott. He's getting his calculator out and he is not afraid to press those buttons. He's doing his maths. There he is, look at him. 38 pence. That's incredible.
They're beautiful as well, aren't they?
Wait, it can't be 38 pence. It's 4 pence, isn't it? So 3.8, so 4 pence. You missed the decimal point. They don't call you ignoring decimal Scott for nothing. That is about 4 pence, under if we're technical, but 4 pence per one. You cannot get a piece of chewing gum for that price. And this is a charm. This could be your logo, couldn't it?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
And they're stunning too.
Just as a necklace and bracelet and earring set would look stunning.
Yeah.
But like you say, using it as your logo would be brilliant.
Perfect idea, isn't it?
And just use them as charms would be great.
This is
fabulous.
This is a great one for the likes of your kind of vintage pieces too, isn't it?
Definitely. And if you've done sort of like a vintage rose pendant, maybe a wire work pendant, to have that as the chain would be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Loads of you coming in for this one as well. I've not been able to bring this one to you before. It's only been seen sort of once or twice. If you do want to get it, really easy to get involved. And don't forget, we're talking fashion trend faux pas today. Do feel free to text us in. We've had Jan with a dodgy wrist covering, what do we call it? Tartan scarf and nose hair. That's not how I meant.
I told you got too close with that camera.
That's not what I meant. I meant hair that shows just the nose, essentially. What? How would you put it?
No, I quite like the way you said it.
I do not want Jan and nose hair to become a synonymous thing. I do apologise greatly. Good old nose hair, Jan. So do feel free to get in touch. £14.95. Well done to all of you. Okay. We are talking colour trends, and colour is something which is depicted perfectly on the sign behind me. With these colours, some of our Pantone colours that are said to carry us through the next 6 months, essentially. You've got these beautiful individual hues that work so well together. I've got this in strand form of the highest calibre. You ready? Stand by. This is a very, very, very high caliber gemstone strand. It's a Beryl. I am going to be showing to you a strand right now that surpasses many for many reasons. Now, if you don't mind, I'm just going to show how good I am at technology on the Jewellery Maker website right now. I know, I'm so go. We're going to go for shape on this, and I've typed in Beryl, so this is what we've got. I'm looking at my plain rounds. Now, this is all the plain rounds we have on our website at the moment. I mean, it's hardly any. And we do not get to see rounds in Beryls often, do we?
We don't. And so that strand is so beautiful. And I don't like to say the word useful because it's such a beautiful high-end strand, but it is, having it in that round shape is just really different. Like you say, we don't see it that often, do we? And
a round is going to be great, in particular in 8mm as I'm about to bring you. For anyone who hasn't worked with a round before, maybe someone who's new, why is it so great? Well,
it's a great size because it's a great size for a necklace. I mean, you could make a complete necklace with them. It's a great size for a bracelet, great size for earrings. It's great to put in a ring, you know. It's just, for me, it's just sort of the right size to sit in like a solitaire ring. So you could make rings with each one of the gemstones. And it's perfect because it's going to sit alongside lots of other gemstones as well that you've got, and yeah, just perfect.
Perfect for it. Now I'm going to show you this strand here, and I just want to say why this, to me, is very much a peerless strand from the ones we have on our website. I've just clicked on a random one, and this is a 45 carats worth here. I just want you to take a little look at this photograph for me, if you may, and can you see how there is a lot of clarity within this? A great thing for a Beryl, but actually can you see how that makes the colours very, very muted? In fact, when you're looking at this, it's quite hard to depict the individual gemstone varieties. I think the middle one's going to be a morganite kind of pink, isn't it? And then the ones next to it, what are we saying? Is it goshenite maybe? Maybe an aquamarine more towards the end, but it is actually quite tricky to see, isn't it? Take a look at my strand. Have you got the same issue? No, you do not. You can see every single individual colour and beauty that is absolutely cascading around this genuine gemstone strand. It has strength, it has impact, its strength is genuinely peerless. It's something which isn't wishy-washy. It isn't something that's in the background. It's big, it's bold, it's robust, and I love that. None of these others, bear in mind I've only got 5 on our website at the moment, but all of the others have that look, have that detail, quite wishy-washy. You don't need it with this, and I love that even though it is robust, even though it is strong, it is not crass. It has got still that beautiful muted colour which are so in at this moment in time with our Pantone colours. I mean, literally, the Pantone colours are behind me, and you can see so many of those colours mimicked within this genuine gemstone strand. It's one of the most highest calibre of all of the beautiful families of genuine gemstones that we have, because it has some of the rarest colours. Can I also remind you that this is a natural strand. You know, we haven't heated this or dyed this to strengthen its colour, which we do to loads of gemstones, don't we? We heat a lot of gemstones to increase the colour or even change the colour. We haven't with this, so very unusual yet again. This is a very, very, very high-end gem, and I think it's clear to see that when you look at our website. How many carats have I got? 75 carats. Wow. Well, I haven't got anything like that on the website. Highest carat weight that I've got on here is 53 carats at $69.95. Again, wishy-washy strand. Highest carat weight, that is the highest carat weight. 53 carats and it's $69.95. How have we brought to you then 75 carats at £28? Well, we technically haven't because I'm rolling this down. This is one of our best purchases, I believe, of Beryl that we have made in the last 3 years. £17.95. This is incredible. I mean, the prices that you're seeing, $49.95, $69.95, $74.95 for the same gemstone. Yeah. You know, not as much strength on the ones on the web, more strength and colour on this one, but you've got this colour, you've got this quality, and it's at that price point. This is genuinely one of our best purchases. I'll tell you exactly how we managed to do it. When we bought this, we bought in a higher stock than we would normally be able to. We bought at a larger quantity, we got a better deal, we passed that better deal on to you. This is genuine Nigerian beryl. When you get Nigerian beryl, you don't always, but often you will get that impact that other locations in the world wished they had. This is astonishing. Jan, what, I mean, you know your high-end gemstones, and this is one.
It's beautiful. If I was at home, see, I'd be getting 2 of those because they are just that phenomenal. Like you say, the colours. I mean, you look at it and instantly you know which gemstone is which gemstone.
Yeah, you do.
And you know, they are so beautiful.
They really are, aren't
They're gorgeous. The colour is just so, yeah, yummy.
Genuinely, can you think of a time you have seen this big carat weight, this workable size, not, you know, random nuggets or whatever, even the big chunky random nuggets. Can you think of a time when you've seen that kind of quality, that kind of amount at that kind of price?
No.
Me neither.
I can honestly say that.
No, I
don't think I can.
I can't.
It's a beautiful, beautiful stand.
It's stunning, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Imagine with these in between. Well, guess what? You don't have to imagine because I'm giving them both to Jan as a challenge. I know.
Yay.
Excited?
Yes, please.
Jan.
Yes.
What you gonna be doing with them?
I think I might make a pendant.
Oh, I like that.
I might try and see how far I can make the strand go. Because I stand here and I say, oh, well, it's going to go a long way. I can make a ring and earrings. So I'm going to practice what I preach and I'm going to make a ring, earrings, necklace and bracelet set. Make a complete suite from it.
I love that idea.
They're beautiful.
If you do want to make a size N ring, I'm behind you.
Okay.
I'm behind you on that.
Okay.
I don't want to apply any pressure.
No.
But, you know, we don't want a nickname to stick, do we, Jan? Thanks, Jan. I'm going to hand that to you now, if I may, so you can get started, because I know we're coming to you in a few minutes for a make. Well done, everyone. You've got it in your hands. You look like you're in love.
They are beautiful, aren't they?
Aren't they?
They are really serene and, yeah, they're lush.
Look how much she's just chilled out. How much she's just relaxed now.
I love those. See, if I got those at home, I'd just be sitting looking at them.
Wow.
For ages.
Wow. Well done to everyone who's got it. We have given that as a challenge, so if you are new, that means Jan's going to make some things and we're going to look at them a little bit later on in the show so you can get inspiration from her piece and from her make, so that when you get it home you can recreate them essentially. Okay, how about I bring to you one of the most glorious strands I have ever had the opportunity to bring to you. This is genuine, true honour that I feel when I see this genuine gemstone. We all know how much I love my zircon. Zircon is by far one of the most interesting gemstones in the entire world. I've got it in one of the most unique ways and manners. We all know, right, that blue is classified as the most popular colour on the planet, and there was a survey done not so long ago that went to 10 countries within and around Europe, and basically it was asking them favourite colours, and 33% of British people said that blue was their favourite colour, and every single colour out of these 10 countries that were asked, blue came out on top of every single one, and the vast majority of states in America also class blue as their favourite. Now when you have this type of blue, you've got something for everyone, in particular when it's sidelined with that bifringence. Just get ready. Sparkle. Genuine, natural, coloured blue zircon. Sri Lankan quality, which for many is the #1 location in the world. I'm going to be honest with you, I own this strand. I own this strand, I've worked with this strand, and I can genuinely say that when I saw it in the studio, I loved it, and that's why I needed to get it. But when I got it home, I saw that sparkle in real life, and I wish I'd bought two. The quality of this is impeccable. Now, when you have zircon, you have the oldest gemstone on the planet, okay? The oldest gemstone on the planet. Now, think about it this way. 1,000 years, you know, is a very long time, isn't it? 1,000 years ago, it's almost hard to imagine, you know, unless you read the history books. 1,000,000 years ago is an extremely long period of time, but 1,000,000,000 years is truly unimaginable. When we talk about 1,000,000,000 years, we're talking about, what is 1,000,000,000 years? Is it 100,000 years? That's right, isn't it? 1,000,000,000 or 100,000,000 years?
100 million.
It's 100,000,000, isn't it? 1,000,000,000,000 isn't 1,000 million. Wait. Isn't it 100,000,000 years? Someone get a search engine out. It's such a huge amount of years to almost compute. This is the oldest pieces of this have been discovered, and they were discovered in Australia on a mining trip for gold, and some of them can date back around 4.4 billion years old. And what you have, it is 1,000 million for 1,000,000,000 years, so it's 4,000 million years approximately that the oldest pieces of this date back to, even beyond that. Very historic. And what this setting of time has given us is this impeccable amount of sparkle. The natural ability that this gemstone has to split the light unlike any other. I mean, it does it better than diamond. It does. One light hits, it splits into two, which means that you get so many rays of light back to your eye. And it's what the magpie in us all absolutely love and adore. There is a essentially a tale, let's say, or a belief system that says we as human beings, kind of going back to very, very primitive days, adore sparkle like the sparkle that a zircon gives to us, because naturally inbuilt within us, it's to do with you know, when man was just starting out and that constant search for water, and it's believed that that's why we love sparkle, because it hits that primal kind of thing within us of, you know, sparkle, you get that water like look, and apparently that's why. Well, boy, have you got that look with this colour, haven't you? And the intensity of that colour does not outshine that sparkle, and vice versa. You get, side by side, the beauty and quality of both. You get the intensity of colour, and then you get that incredible amount of sparkle. That's because it's natural, and that's because it's cracking quality. This is going to be a considered purchase. I considered it for about 3 seconds, because I know the price that I have seen for the likes of Sri Lankan blue zircon. This is your price point, this is your deal, this is the price that I was absolutely over the moon to pay. Making it affordable for all, my manager said with kind of a smirk on his face. Genuinely, do you know what? I've got an okay quantity of these, not as many as I would like. That price point is completely and absolutely sensational. Feel free to do your research. I own zircon in many guises. I own a lot of zircon jewellery. I don't have an individual zircon blue ring. I have a zircon with cinnamon zircon, blue zircon, and a white zircon ring, and they're three set. They're kind of a bit wonky. I'm going to be completely happy to tell you that I got it at staff cost. They were natural gems, just like this. I got it at staff cost, and it was 70 I think it was £71 or something. And those are individual stones. It's nowhere near this carat weight, obviously. It's possibly, you know, 4 carats worth over 3 of the stones, but an incredible deal. Do not forget, different qualities and different colours of zircon will demand different prices. Blue zircon is the one, alongside cinnamon zircon, that is up there when you get it naturally. Okay, you can pay low prices if you want it treated, but who does? When Mother Nature offers us something with so much history, with so much light splitting ability at such an astonishing way of colours, why would you want a treated version? This is an astonishing look. It is your, for me, better than diamond strand at £29.95. If you want to add a little bit of boldness, a little bit of strength to this, how's about you've got the pizzicato, let's say, elements with the drops. Now let's go for that melody. Now let's bring in the strings. It's a way of adding a little bit of extra sparkle, a way of adding a little bit of depth, maybe a little bit of a sultry edge, if you will. This is coming up on your screen now, and it is your sapphire. Well done, absolutely everyone who got this. You and I now own this, and I'd love to see your pieces on the Wall of Fame, because I haven't finished off using my strand and I could do some inspiration. So well done to everyone. Okay, we have got sapphire now, and this is in your rounds. If you love sapphire, I've got Burmese coming up for you later on. Wow, I'm so lucky. This is your strand of blue natural round sapphire. Jam, when you're looking at this, what comes to mind first?
Shock. We don't see.
Shock.
We don't see, because you held them up and I looked at them, and the size of them, instantly for me, you just think, they're huge.
Yeah, mammoth, aren't they?
They are beautiful.
What do you like most about them? Because I want to work out-ish the individual carat weight. So you talk, I'll count.
Okay. Well, sapphire is just a beautiful gemstone anyway, isn't it? But to have it in that sort of individual carat weight that you're putting into a piece. So if I'm making a pearl necklace and put one of those into a pearl necklace, they're just going to look phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. They are beautiful.
They're stunning, aren't they?
The colour of them is gorgeous.
Yeah.
The size of them. Yeah. So I've got some of the ruby rounds we did.
What about the rubies from your kit?
Yeah. Perfect with the kit.
Perfect with the kit.
That sapphire's perfect.
That's astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah, I love those.
So I want to work out how many carats individually there are. There are 29 gemstones on this. I feel like that should be easy to do because it's 100, but no, I don't want to work that out in my own brain. It's a Saturday. 3.4 carats in each one. Now that's obviously, you know, an ish. Yeah. But 3.4 carats. Let me have a look. Let's just roll this out there. 3 carat sapphire. I wonder if there's that many even out there. 3 carat sapphire. Whoa! Well, there's a few out there, but it depends what you're prepared to pay. Are you serious? I'll be honest with you. The one that comes up first off, £4,995. That's a good price. Not real sapphire, sapphire coloured. Oh, cheeky. Oh, I hate when they do that. Now, can I just make you aware of something right here, right now? Can we have a heart-to-heart? Do you mind? We do incredible price drops here at Jewellery Maker. We genuinely do. This is an astonishing one. I'm going to put £30 plus back in your pocket right now. I'm going to tell you the quantity we have, which is quantity 80. I'm going to give you a heads up now, and I'm actually going to give you a few seconds to ring in. We're friends. I've known you for almost 3 years now. Trust me on this, because those 80 are likely to go, in particular as it's a Saturday, in the next 6 minutes or so. Get a front of the queue. If you call in now, you're going to get to the front of that queue and you are going to be able to own this, even if you check it out now, at an astonishing deal. You ready? should be £99. Should be £99. Should be £99. Today it's £29.95. What on earth have we done? We haven't taken £30 off this. We haven't taken £40 off this. Jan's face looks like that because we've taken off £68.90. £68.90. I told you all. Thank you so much for everyone who trusted me. Thank you so much for everyone who came in. If you could see the amount of people now that are lighting this up, you would not believe it. Genuinely, multi-purchasers, 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 one purchase, multi-purchasers. There's the amount of people who've got this in their basket. The call centre is now having this meltdown thing. That is an astonishing, astonishing deal. You know, half price. Oh, I love half price. It's buy one, get one free. It's 50% off. That is way, way, way more than that. That has to be one of the biggest price drops we've ever done. Apart from maybe on the likes of, you know, a £300 diamond. Well, even then, actually, I can't think of a time that we've actually taken that off a diamond. This is a phenomenal opportunity. Okay, there's so many of you with this in your baskets. Let me just remind you, this was £98.95. This is now £29.95. It should, well, you've just saved yourself over £61. In fact, over 60, what was it, £64? Something else like that. You're right, John.
I'm just thinking, sort of, if you sold a pair of earrings,
Yeah.
that'd be like 6 carats of sapphire,
Yeah.
in a pair of earrings.
Yeah.
You wouldn't charge that price for that pair of earrings. You'd be double, trebling that price, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
For those earrings.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused.
You do look discombobulated,
I am
but
very
it really
discombobulated.
suits you though, Jan.
Do you reckon?
Really does.
The
Yeah.
confused look.
Yeah, it really does. So can I just work out how much at the price it should have been, you know, how much would it have been per one? There's 29 of them. They were £99. I mean, it's not working out as £1 each, is it? £3 each they should have been. They're now working out £3.40 each they should have been. It's now £1 each. I'm leaving you to fight this out between yourselves because you know what? I don't want to get involved. I'm going to be back with makes and more after this very short break.
Did you know, no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging. Select our standard delivery for just £2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for £4.95.
Team have worked so hard to create this for our wonderful JM customers. The buying team have found fantastic new product. We've got kits that are exclusive to the magazine, we've got amazing deals, and we've got in-depth tutorials from our incredibly talented guest designers. From the front cover to the back cover, it is absolutely jam-packed with projects and inspiration.
Join Mark Smith as he introduces you to the incredible world of macrame. In this DVD, Mark guides you along step by step into all the techniques you will need to get started for some fabulous new designs. This includes the tools of the trade, getting started, incorporating beads, finishing touches, and finally learn how to create the beautiful goddess bracelet. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Welcome back, Jewellery Maker. It's lovely to be with you this afternoon. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky. And this is...
Jan. You can call me Jan.
It's so lovely to be with you today, and lush to be with you.
Yeah.
First time, isn't it, today, Jan?
Yeah. First time doing a masterclass.
How exciting!
I haven't done a mid-show for a long time.
I know, it's been yonks, hasn't it?
It has.
So your first ever masterclass is coming up.
Yeah. It's exciting.
4 o'clock for that. But before that, wow, wow, woo, wow.
I love this kit. I absolutely love the colour, and we're talking about colour trends. The colour is just so beautiful.
So beautiful.
So beautiful. So lush.
It is a true Aurora Red, which is one of our new Pantone colours. Now, Pantone, of course, kind of classes themselves as governing body on colour. Fashion designers look at it, homeware designers look at it, you know, even car manufacturers will look at this list of colours. And essentially, you will get a main colour, or in this case, 2 colours of the year, the rose quartz and the serenity. But then for each season, they'll come up with a colour palette which complements those main colours beautifully, but that will then be seen throughout those months. We're now in autumn, and one of our autumnal colours is called Aurora Red, and it is a very rich red, isn't it, Jan? What does it make you think of, this colour?
When I opened the kit and I looked at it, and I thought it looks really sort of opulent, and I know it's quite early in the day, but quite sensual and
sensual.
Yeah, I did a bit sort of racy and
bit racy.
I think so. That red is just so yummy,
and that's why you've gone for the lingerie, isn't it, Jam? We've got this gorgeous corset design, which is so elegant.
Well, I love that. I loved sort of that shape, and I thought in a pendant, and it's just. Yeah, but it was the colour that sort of led me to that sort of design, that thought process.
Because it is kind of, you know, as you say, opulent, a little bit raunchy, a little bit mature in its colour, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, but obviously it'll go into sort of any design that you want to do, you know, put it into. But I think that the beautiful reds of the 2 different strands, the 2 different tones of colour, along with the wire, I think they just sit beautifully together. I
have got the pinnacle, I would say, of Aurora Red, which comes in this ruby strand. The ruby strand itself is a £20 strand. It's currently, well, it's been taken off our website because we've got all of it in this bundle, but it was, say, yesterday on our website at £19.95. And I think that is phenomenal for the quality of this. The colour is exceptional, isn't it? And it is
mouth-watering.
natural. It is mouth-watering.
It is. It's delicious.
But the thing for me that this is doing that most rubies don't is giving you an incredible scintillation, essentially.
Yes. Yeah.
That is not the type of sparkle we are used to seeing on a natural ruby. That is an astonishing display of light that hits this gem and bounces back into your eye. You know when you get Indian sapphire star or Indian star dioxide, and you get that Indian quality of sapphire that gives you this sheen and this mirror-like shine? That's like what this is giving me, and this is an Indian quality, but it's obviously a ruby, but the same family. It's that kind of look and appeal. It's absolutely scintillating, isn't it?
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful strand, and it's a strand that, well, this is a kit that if I was at home, I wouldn't be able to resist.
No.
And mainly because of that strand.
And the strand goes with everything. I mean, look at it I've got a selection of your here. Look at how beautifully high-end that red and gold is together. I mean, it's regal, isn't it?
And that's exactly it. When you look at the red and the gold together, it's very regal. It's very high-end. It screams high-end to you, and it's just beautiful.
This beautiful ruby doesn't just go with this gauge of wire, because I've got loads in here. I've got 1 mil, 0.8, and I've got your 0.4. Now, all of these do different jobs. You've got very structural for the outline of things. You've got your 0.8 for the likes of your rings, perfect for that, and rosary linking too. And then you've got your weaving wire or your connecting wire. Now, you've got loads of different gauges that do loads of different jobs, but look how perfectly every single one of them goes with this absolutely classical rubies. I mean, it is phenomenal, isn't it, that ruby?
It is. I can't tell you how happy I was when I opened the kit and I saw that. Well, and the other strand, the whole kit is just a beautiful, beautiful kit.
What I like about the other strand is, with this, we've got sheen, we've got sparkle, we've got scintillation. With my next strand, we've got more of a gloss.
Yes.
Haven't we?
That's exactly right, yeah.
We've got more of a gloss on this one. Now, this is your garnet strand. You've got 40 carats worth on this strand. Can you see, if I move these together, exactly what I mean about the difference in the light translation? You've got that sparkle, sparkle, sparkle on the ruby, and then more of this gloss on the garnet itself. How is the garnet to work with?
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah.
It's really nice, and to have those shapes as well. Are beautiful, because I've got lots of strands of garnet, but a lot of mine seem to be rondelles. So it was nice to work with the garnet in a different shape.
Something a bit different.
Yeah, beautiful.
Now, I'm going to lay it out there on the line for you and say this is a 1995 strand. If I were to bring all of this to you at the price that it should have been, I can honestly say I still think you'd be getting a bargain. £41.25. Now, please note that is not your RRP on this, because 2 of these products, I did check it before, 2 of these products have been dropped recently when sold separately, and we do take that into account when it's up on your screen. So that's not even your RRP. Your RRP on this was closer to £60 mark, actually. So already you've got a huge discount. This is, for me, the price I would have expected, with my fingers crossed, this strand to have been by itself. But it's for the entire kit. That is an astonishing deal. We know absolute and complete fact that this strand on the website, £19.95. That means that for these other products, you're getting it for £5 total. Not £5 each, £5 in total. You know, I know, we can't do £6.95 on individual products. That means that actually, realistically, this garnet, you wouldn't even be able able to afford now for £5. I would literally, if I were to bring this to you on your screen right now, after this product, if I was to bring you this garnet strand, you would have to be paying minimum £6.95. It wouldn't be £6.95 because it's on the website at the moment at £9.95, but you know exactly what I mean. So essentially, you literally could not purchase these 2 strands for that price point. You would be paying $29.90 if you wanted to buy these 2 strands alone. You've got all of that wire and we've taken money off. This is impeccable. The price point that it should have been was closer to £60. I'm blown away by this deal. What do you think of it?
Well, for that 1 strand, to be honest with you, if that had been at that price, I'd have snapped your hand off. I'd have been multi-buying with that personally,
yeah.
Because this is a sort of strands that when I'm at home I just cannot resist. I cannot resist it, and to get it in a kit at that price,
it's astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is
amazing.
Absolutely phenomenal, and genuinely, just with the colour, which is so bang on trend. Obviously, it's one of our Pantone colours. This is going to last and last and last right through and past Christmas.
It is. It's going to go through all of the seasons, isn't it? You know, the colour of the wire and the gemstones. These are pieces. The pieces that I've made, for me personally, I think you could wear them all season.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
Know, they're beautiful. And even if you decide not to sort of do anything like I've done, I mean, you can go. You've got all the perfect gauges of wire as well, so you can do whatever you want with it.
You really can. And Aurora Red, actually, out of all of the colours that are this Pantone season colours, this is the most festive one, I would say. So perfect for those occasions, which are around the corner. Well done to absolutely every single one of you. Just want to make you aware that is a complete and absolute bargain of a deal, and I myself would genuinely be happy to pay that just for the ruby itself, because I know what I'm looking for in quality, and boy, that is giving it to me naturally. Well done to all of you. 50 of it left, that's it. Well done. We're actually going to learn to create almost the key piece in this selection, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're going to do that pendant, and that sort of uses the 1 mil as the frame, and also then the 0.4 as the weaving and the adding on the gemstones. Yeah, it's just, and like I say, when I saw the strands, I almost instantly knew what I wanted to do, and that pendant was the first piece that I made. And yeah, I loved it. I love working with it. I really enjoyed working with this kit. Well, both of the kits today. Yeah, beautiful.
So where are we going to start with this pendant, please?
We're going to start by creating the frame. With the 1 mil. Now, obviously, it depends on the size of the pendant that you want as to how much you're going to need. But for the size that I've got there, I think it was about 14 inches. Excuse me. So what we're going to do is take off a length of the 1 mil, and then we're going to take some pliers. We're going to sort of roughly find the centre point. You don't have to be too accurate about it. And then we're just going to take our pliers and we're just going to make a little angle there. A little bend, that's the word.
90 degrees approximately.
There you go. So that's going to be the top, the sort of the bust shape of the pendant. So now what we need to do is just sort of to make that a little bit more curvy, we're just going to run our finger along there, which warms the wire, but also helps to give that lovely shape. So I'm going to do that on one side, and then rather than struggle and use my left hand, I'm just going to turn it over, hold this so we don't lose that shape, and then from the centre again, just rub your finger along there, and that will sort of give that nice curvaceous shape there. Try and sort of make them quite even. So we've got that, almost looks like a bird in flight, doesn't it?
Yeah, so what part of that is of the corset is that, Jan?
This is the top sort of bust area. That's how you call it?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So there we are. So we've got that little shape there. So now what we need to do, we need to come down. I mean, if you find it easier, what you could do is you could draw it out and then follow it with your wire.
Oh, yeah.
So what we need to do now is just determine how sort of wide we want that pendant. So I'm just going to pop my pliers into here, sort of about here, and we're going to pull that in. So it's coming in that way. And now what we need to do now is just sort of mirror that on the other side. So what I'm going to do first, I'm just going to roughly pop pop those in and make a little bit of a bend just to see whether that's sort of level. And I think that's pretty much, but it could actually do with going a little bit further out. But don't panic at this point if you think, oh, I haven't done that enough. Pop your pliers back in. Take some pliers and just give that a little bit of a squish down. Make sure you've got your nice bend back in there. Pop your pliers back in where you want them. And then make that angle. Okay? So, there. So now we've got our top section, and this is going to be the body area. So again, what we're going to do is just run your finger along there so we get that nice curve. Turn it over and do exactly the same on that side. So now this will sort of determine the sort of shape, so you can have a more elongated shape or you can have it a bit sort of, so I'm happy with that, that's a nice shape. So now what we need to do is create the bottom section, which sort of comes down to a little bit of a point. So I'm going to sort of come down to about here, and I'm going to literally pop the pliers back in and bend that. So now that's the length of my pendant. And again, what you need to do, I turn it over and we need to pop it into shape there. I'm going to hold that in shape there. So I want it about there. And then pop the pliers in there and make that bend. So you can just sort of gauge that. Okay? So now we've got our shape.
Just going to pop that there, Jan. Just going to leave that there for a second. Hang on. Just popping that there. Don't touch the ruby, Jan. Oh. It's just as an idea,
You
Jan.
can't do that.
Jan, look at that.
You can't put that there. Tell me
Jan,
not
what
to
do you
touch
think
it.
of that?
That is beautiful.
Just leave that there for a second, Jan. That's it. You carry on, Jan.
How am I supposed to concentrate with that beautiful ruby sitting there?
I don't know.
Oh, you're just doing it now, aren't you, on purpose?
Just thinking, though, for the colours, it goes so well, doesn't it?
Beautiful.
Perfectly.
I'll try and ignore the ruby.
Okay, good plan.
I'll try.
Okay, Jan.
So we've got our shape there. So now we want this to come down into a point. So again, we're just going to make that little curve there. And the same on the other side. And hopefully when we bring those together, you're so mean. Oh, Lord.
That's gorgeous, that one, isn't it?
Oh, I'll put that one there.
Oh, a face is forming.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That's beautiful. Very beautiful. Anyway. Right, so what we're doing, we've made this little, so we've got this point here. Okay? So now what we need to do is hold them and size that up. So we're happy with that. Actually, I'm just going to put a bit more of a curve in there. And then once you've done this, you can hammer it just to hold it in shape if you want to. I didn't on the pendant that I made. Okay, so I'm happy with that shape there. So I'm going to hold that in place, pop my finger under where they cross, and I'm going to wrap that over. There, that's one side. I'm going to turn it over. And again, we need just to size that up, just make sure it's even on both sides. And we're going to wrap that one over that way. So now we've got that cross at the bottom, but both, one goes on one side and one's on the other. But what I want is I want both of these wires to be at the front. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop that through there. And don't worry if it bends the wire, because we can easily put that back into shape. Okay? So this is actually more than I need. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to squeeze these together a little bit. Right, so now both the wires are on the top. And again, we're just going to make that nice curve with the wire, and that's going to sit there. I'm going to turn it over and do exactly the same with the other side in the opposite direction. And then both of those will sit there and there. So that will create that detail in the body section. Okay?
Got you. Linda, both natural, not heat treated or anything, both natural. The ruby and the garnet are genuine natural. I've also had a message in about the cabochons minutes. Do not you worry, they'll be with you. They'll be with you. This is why I buy from JM. The gems are a bonus. The wire would cost me around $40 here.
Wow.
So the wire alone for Sissy in glorious, I imagine I've never been, the invite would be lovely, Oklahoma, says $40 just for the wire, the genuine gemstones being ruby and garnet natural. Bonus. Thank you for that, Sissy. I hope you're having a glorious day. The cab's coming on. Shall I do them now, Scott? I better do them now. Don't want to interrupt you, Jan, but...
No, you can interrupt me with ruby cabochons. They're beautiful.
And another one there, Jan.
Gosh.
Aren't they? Look at the sparkle on these again. That's what I was saying before about the quality of the sparkle up on the ruby itself. Look, imagine something like that in V&A Museum. You could see it, couldn't you? You could see it.
Beautiful.
Oi. Okay, I'm going to bring to you your faceted ruby glorious cabochons now. These are phenomenal for me. What do you like about them, Jan? Now, I do need to make you aware that these are obviously going to be high-end, but I will guarantee you under £80 on them. That's a guarantee. So if you want to get involved now, do so. What do you think of these, please?
Oh, they're mesmerising, aren't they?
Totally natural.
I love the facet on them. I love the colour and the depth that you get with it.
It's exciting,
and I
isn't it?
like them. They're not too chunky.
No, they're not. They've got a lovely slenderness to them.
Which means that you get more of the face of the gemstone than the depth of it. Because with the carat weight, it could be deeper, but you'd probably have a smaller face to it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I do.
Because it'd be a smaller gemstone, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Just thought.
Beautiful.
Masterclass, your first ever. How perfect would these be?
Oh, yeah, they're gorgeous.
They
With
would be,
this
wouldn't they?
kit, they would be... Well, they'd be phenomenal, wouldn't they? Look at that.
That is exceptional, isn't it?
That's so beautiful.
There's loads of you with it in your baskets. Guaranteed under 80, didn't I? Under 60. All right, I'll take it under 50. You ready for this? Ladies and gents, just need to let you know, already loads of people got it with it in their baskets. Oh, no. Oh, wow. What? Did you mean to do that price? Because that's definitely not the price we discussed. I love that. Okay, I have got my manager Scott with me today, producing me. And manager Scott, when he drops the price in, basically you press a button. When the arrows come in, you press a button. You don't actually type it in. You press the button to take off £10 or £5. You can type it in, but that's how he did it. Essentially, bang, bang, wrong button. He was meant to take it to £39.95. He's taking it to £34. Every other producer in this company will be going, oh no, what is Scott gonna do? Scott, he's like, oh, Muppet, press the wrong button, it's fine. You are getting yourself a treat and a deal. And can I just make you aware that at that price point for £5, what a great deal. But actually, I'm going to show you, I've not got 5, I've got 6, 7 of these ones. 8, in fact, I've got 8 of these ones in total. 8 for $34.95. What kind of price are we talking about here per one? I mean, it's a minuscule amount, isn't it? You can learn how to work with something like this in the masterclass later on, because these are going to be perfect for your high-end pieces, aren't they?
Absolutely beautiful. And the piece that we are going to do in the masterclass, imagine that in the ruby would just look phenomenal.
Stunning.
That's beautiful.
£4.40 per one.
That's
for a
amazing.
Stunning ruby. I mean, that's beyond beauty, isn't it? I mean, the individual carat weight of these alone is huge. Just as a pendant, I mean, it's pendant size, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is pendant size.
Yeah.
For me, perfectly pendant size. Huge, big bold pieces. £34.95 for you today. I mean, that genuine ruby, all of that carat weight in one place. What an absolute treasure. Well done to you all. Okay, I'm back with you, Jan.
Okay.
Fingers crossed, over allocated at this point, so I'm crossing my fingers for you. That was a huge price drop, and genuinely, Scott did take off an extra £5 than he was meant to. So do make the most of it, because at £60, it's worth it. At £40, it was great. At that price, it's actually... Well, we're not meant to be there at all, genuinely. So get it whilst you can. Okay, Jan, I'm with you, my lovely lass.
Okay, so we've got our 2 sections of wire on the top. So what I've done is I've wrapped the one section around. So we've got that centre panel in place. And I'll show you how we did that. It's literally really, really simple. You just literally wrap it around the frame. So hold it sort of roughly where you want that. Just bring that around the back. And you might find it easier to use some pliers at this point. So you want to hold that in place and then just wrap it around once so it goes to the back. There. So now you can see we've got it to the back there. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to snip off that little section there. I'm going to take some pliers and I'm going to just squish that down so we've got no sharp edges at the back. Okay, so now that's the basis, that's the frame of the pendant. Now if these are a little bit open you can squish those together. So that's the basis of it. What I'm going to do is just give that little bit of a squidge there in the middle, just to sort of set it really. Just give that little bit of squidge with your pliers. So now that's sort of in place. Now you can hammer around, as I say, if you want to, but I didn't think there was any need. You know, it's perfectly strong enough as it is with the 1 mil. So what I did next is we did a weave along this panel at the front, so you get the effect of sort of like the lacy, the lace up sort of to the bodice.
This is possibly one of the raunchiest demonstrations I have ever seen.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
There's me. I mean, you know, what can I say?
Gosh, if you've got it, Jan, if you've got it.
Right, so to do the weave, it was literally just a back and forth weave. So what we do is wrap around this one section, maybe, and it depends how many, actually I'm going to cut that down so I don't want it too long, but when you're doing it, sort of work with as long as you can. I'm just cutting it down because I don't want to poke Becky in the eye.
Thanks, love.
It's okay, because I did that before and it wasn't pretty, was it? I think I stabbed you in the arm last time.
Oh, yeah. I'm over it.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
So, obviously it depends how many wraps you want to do. So on the one that I've got, the piece that I'm doing, I did 10 on either side. I'm just doing a few now just to get that in the right position. So we're literally wrapping around, really real simple weave, and then just go across and underneath in this case and back onto that side. So then you do the same amount of wraps on that side, squidgy that down, and as you're wrapping, if you can keep them as close as you can, so it just keeps a nice neat weave. If you keep them as close as you can while you're actually doing the wrap. There we go, let me just try and straighten that out a bit. There we go. And then when you've done that section, what you can do then is just go in with your fingernails or some pliers and just squidge it together so it's nice and neat, okay? So then, back over to the other side and continue that wrap then. If I just do a couple more, you'll see that we get that detail. You see we get that sort of crossover detail, and as you go up and you've got the sides sort of 10 in between or whatever, you just continue doing that.
Perfect.
And then when you get to the top, obviously it's a lot more open, so I just did one across the top just to give that detail. Okay, so you just carry on doing that all the way to the top. Okay, so I'm going to snip that off just for the sake of not having too many wires.
Okay.
Okay, so now at the bottom I wanted to just attach some of the beautiful rubies. So to do that I took a long piece of 0.4,
of which you've got 10 metres worth in the kit,
and I started in the middle. So what I did is I popped that through, found the middle of the wire that I was using, held that and worked on this side first. So wrap it around a couple of times there just to secure that, and then wrap the other one around there. So then you've got 2 sections of wire there, so you can work from both sides. So I work from the centre out, but I've got my wire there attached to go both ways. Okay?
Okay.
So to add on the gemstones, ooh, this is a good bit. Looking into the sweetie jar. So all we're going to do I want to start with the centre? I can't remember if I went small or large.
Here's a reminder, Jem.
I didn't, I just sort of went random, I think.
Evenish, didn't you?
What am I doing?
You could though if you wanted, couldn't you?
Well, you could do whatever you want. I mean, if you went for the smaller ones in the centre and out, it'd look lovely. Well, I forgot where I was now. That way. I find it easier to work away from myself. Okay. So we pop on a lovely ruby there, and all we need to do is sit it on that frame there. So it sits on that frame, and then all I'm going to do is hold that. It's just like when you're doing your tiara, wrapping on your tiara, your gemstones onto a tiara. So wrap around, and then come back up through the centre, and you're there. So that's your first gemstone on there. Okay. Sorry, let me get this out there. There we go. So pop that in there. And the next one, pop that next to it there. Exactly the same. Hold the gemstone in place and wrap around. So you continue doing that and you squidge them up.
Aircon's coming on. I was just
it's a
checking
bit
then if you were
warm, isn't
warm.
it?
Oh,
Yeah.
good. I'm glad it's not just you.
Yeah,
That's why I
no.
casually just sort of rubbed up against you to check your temperature.
Yeah, thank
I'm
you
warm
for that.
too. It's all right. Here for you.
So what we did then, I just continued that to the end and then did exactly the same on the other side. So we've got that nice row of the rubies across the bottom.
Lovely.
Okay. I'm going to snip those off just again for the
Could
demo
even
first.
do bottom drops.
Oh, they would be beautiful, wouldn't they? I saw those when Scott brought them over.
Did you?
They are delicious.
Bit special, aren't they? I'm going to bring these to you super quickly now, and I mean in under a minute and a half, so don't worry, I'm not interrupting Jan too much. It's just that we are getting extremely low in stock on that kit because it was such a big price drop. RRP was close to £60, took it to 24. It's popular, obviously. These are genuine rubies that have got a Fisher fill. Now, because they've got that Fisher fill, it means that they have got a massive amount of light that moves through them. Because you've got that huge amount of light, it really gives you a nice amount of brightness. I like that you have that individuality of every single facet, and because you have that light that shines through it, you don't just get one flat colour. Can you see how when certain ones hit the light correctly, like that, the ones that are sticking up now, it's just hitting the light correctly, you get the ruby colour, but you also get fancy sapphire, almost ruby light colour. This should be £85, obviously. I mean, look at the amount you're getting and look at the beauty of it. I am going to roll it down. Should have been just shy of £86. How are we doing these price drops? It's because Scott. It's because Scott's in for us this afternoon. That means, hang on, give me this moment. £40 off was that? Is it? £40 off. We've just taken off this. Make the most of it whilst you can. £40 discount. That is astonishing. Imagine these with your Stardust rondelles that I've got in 925 in between. That's going to be phenomenal, isn't it? I told you less than a minute and a half. I meant it. We're going to get back into this demonstration. £40 off. Great with those spacer beads that I'm going to come up for you a little bit later on. Final chance on it. Do get it quickly. A really astonishing quality. One to own. Coming up, the Stardust beads very shortly. Well done all. Okay, I'm with you, Jam.
Right, so we've done our little section. I've showed you how we do our little section of weave in the middle. And I've showed you how we wrap on the gemstone. So I apologise if we're not actually going to end up with a finished piece of jewellery, but I wanted to be able to show you all the different elements. So as long as you know how to add the gemstone, you're just repeating that, and the wrap, you're just repeating that. So I'm just going to show you how we did the frilly section across the top. So this is, it's almost like a Viking knit.
All right.
Now I'm going to be totally honest with you. This confuses me sometimes.
All right.
How I work with this. I never know whether to wrap on from the front or the back.
Oh.
So, I've put this, wrapped it round so that the wire is at the front.
Okay.
Okay. And then, what we're going to do is we're going to come underneath and through that wire, through that frame.
Yeah.
So we've got that loop. Okay. And then we're going to take the wire through that loop there.
Okay.
So we get that loop. And then what I tend to do is just take that and just rock that backwards and forwards until you've got the right size of the section there that you want. Okay? So again, it goes through there.
Through from behind?
Through from behind. So we're going through that frame and you create that loop. Then take your wire back through that loop.
Okay.
So this is how we do the wraps, cabochons as well. You can net a cabochon in this sort of way as well.
Yeah.
So again, just rock that until it sort of mirrors that, and you've got the right size.
Through.
And then through again.
Got ya.
So it's really, really easy. It's just that so I don't know why, but when I first start, it's sort of, it always confuses me. But I am easily confused sometimes.
No.
I am. What do you mean no? You said that like no.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I like that.
So that just creates that nice little
What a great
frilly.
technique. Can you show that to Wes just to show him properly what that bit looks like?
So now we've got that nice sort of frilly detail there
That's
across the
fab,
top.
isn't it? That is brilliant, isn't it?
But it just gives that sort of finishing touch and detail to the
Perfect.
top. Okay.
Love that.
So again, all you would do is you would continue that. So once you actually get into the swing of it, it's the easiest thing you can do really.
Okay.
So you go to the centre bit, and that's that side. So you just continue that up there, get to the end, and just wrap off and finish that.
Got you.
Okay. So that's the actual bodice covered. So we've got the weave, we've got the adding on the gemstones, and we've got our little frill.
Okay, perfect.
So what I wanted to do then, I wanted to add some sort of tasselage. So what I did is I used a bit of chain from one of our findings kits.
Okay.
And I used a jump ring to attach.
Mm-hmm.
But of course you can make your jump rings from your 1mm or your
Of course you
0.8 because you've got plenty in the kit. Okay, so what I did is I actually turned it over. Just trying to think now which is the front and the back. That's front, that's the back. And just stitch the jump ring onto this little section here. Can I have the pendant? And I'll show you that.
Of course you can.
Squeezing around with it. So that's the front of the pendant. If I show you that.
Yeah.
So that's the front of the pendant there.
Yeah.
And then if we turn it around, you'll see that I've actually stitched in a little jump ring just there.
Yeah.
And attached the
That's
chain.
like a belly button. What do you mean?
Right. Well, I was hoping it didn't.
Oh yeah, but it's the back.
It's a nice belly button. So that's what I did to attach the chain and the rubies.
Okay, fab.
And then I just did a bit of rosary link and used the jump ring sort of in between just to make the chain. And basically that's the pendant.
That is absolutely beautiful. Jan, I love it. Thank you so much for showing us that. I really do appreciate it. All in that Aurora red colour. I have a star by which I didn't tell you about.
Ooh.
I'll give you a clue. .007. .007. Serious quality. These are forever. What do you think? People say diamonds are forever for a reason, because of their longevity, because of their connotations with eternity, and because of their beauty. This is the type of strand that not all of you will be able to own, but I'm pretty sure all of you will want to. Because what's not to love? It's diamond, it's status, it's notoriety. At quality like this, with the facet work like this, it's serious sparkle that inherently is inbuilt within all of us, essentially, to want, to need and adore. It has scintillation which sparkles with so much fire. It has workability for the fact that I have a diamond for you tomorrow as our deal of the day in the morning. It will launch at 11, which is perfect to work alongside this. It has something that not all diamonds have as well, which is that glorious colour. And sadly, it has something that not all diamonds have either, which is a quantity of just 15. Your graphics are now coming in. It's time to pick up those phones. Please do not miss out on it. 15 of these available. You have to ask yourself some questions. Why on earth have they only got 15? Well, it's because we have brought it to your air once or twice before, and it's been so extremely popular, we only had 15 left. But also for the fact that actually, to get this amount of quality, to get this amount of facet work, to get this amount of beauty, takes time. You know, you can't just snap your fingers for a diamond and there it is jumping up like a puppy dog. You know, you have to wait. This has taken a long time for us to be able to get in, and I have to say, bar possibly the nugget strands, this is our longest strand of faceted individual diamonds that we've been able to bring you. There's not just a few on here, you know, these are dainty, but boy oh boy oh boy, are there a lot of them. You have got a special opportunity here. Jan, I know that you've been lucky enough to work with faceted diamonds. Tell us what this strand for you means and says.
Well, for me, from a jewellery making like business side position, it just sort of raises the bar, doesn't it, of your designs. It raises that level, and you know, and they're so beautiful. And when you start working with diamonds in your pieces, it just sort of sets you apart, doesn't it, from other people? If you're doing craft fairs and things, it sets you apart from the other crafters that are in that room, because this takes you up to that jeweller status, in my opinion,
it really
when you
does.
start working with gemstones like this.
I'm going to count these up-ish. I'd like you to just talk about, for anyone who's not worked with something like this, what do you do to get the most out of them?
Well, for me, I would use them sort of sparingly. I wouldn't make a piece with all of them in. I would sort of space them out. I'd make pendants, and I'd just sort of drop in one of the diamonds into a pendant. I'd probably put 3 into a ring. So I'd want to maximise the pieces that I can get from that strand. So for me, it would sort of go across lots and lots of pieces. And I've just started, we were talking about sort of having your signature on a piece of jewellery. So I've just started actually adding a diamond into the higher value pearls that I make, adding one diamond as a drop at the back of a necklace, just to add that luxury. So for me, to be able to add one of these diamonds onto one of my high-end pearl necklaces as a dropper at the back, I mean, how phenomenal would that be? I just didn't imagine that I'd have the opportunity to do that sort of thing. It's phenomenal, and that's so beautiful.
30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45.
I have got, oh hang on, because that's not halfway, is it? That's not halfway, is it? I've got to, well, I counted 57 first time. I've just counted 54 to get halfway. So, how many-ish diamonds have we got on here?
54 halfway, so that's what, about
108. Therefore, at the price you're about to see, let's say 100 to be safe, and because it's better for maths, that means this price point, these are working out per diamond at approximately £1.60? £1.60 for a diamond. I paid more than that for a steak bake.
Yeah.
Lasted, well, to the traffic lights. Not far, it's not far. You ready for this though? These are now working out around £1 per genuine, real deal diamond. That is an astonishing opportunity. £1 per diamond. Could you imagine walking into a high street shop and saying, "Hi, yeah, I'd like, you know, a diamond ring. If the diamonds could work out about £1 per one, that'd be great."
It's not going to happen, is it?
Literally, people would point and laugh
Yeah.
at you. They would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And if they did, write a very rude review on TripAdvisor, because that is not good customer service. But I mean, you know, that's what you'd expect.
And you'd expect them to do that, because you wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't expect to be able to get a diamond for that cost. A
Nope.
diamond that's so beautiful as well. You know, they are so beautiful, they're so sparkly, and
Yeah.
they're lush.
I mean, it's incredible for the sparkle that you get on this, and it is true, diamonds are forever. This is the type of thing that you're going to get and pass on to the next generation.
Yep.
This is the type of thing that you're going to get, pass on, hand down, and you're going to be handing down a one-off individual heirloom piece that will be talked about and worn for future generations.
Yeah. And when you think about it like that, like you say, the pieces that you're making are heirloom pieces, and people in your generations to follow you are going to see those pieces of jewellery. That's phenomenal, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah.
They are beautiful.
Could be quite nice with the stardust rondelles.
Would look beautiful with that.
If you love a bit of sparkle,
Yeah.
they're coming up for you in a bit. Do you know what? Well done to every single one of you who got your hands on this. That genuinely is a sensational, sensational deal. It's scintillating, it's sparkle, it's workmanship. And at £1 per one, I mean...
You can't go wrong, can you? Really?
No.
But you can add a diamond to a piece of jewellery,
Yeah,
and it's going to cost you £1.
it's going to cost you £1.
But it's going to elevate that desirability of that piece. It's going to elevate the price if you're selling that you can ask for that piece, and it's going to elevate it by more than £1.
Yeah, it is.
You know, and if you're giving as a gift and someone knows you've put a diamond into their gift, how phenomenal is that?
I mean, they would be my new best friend.
Yeah.
I'd be
Amazing.
talking about how great they were for weeks. That is so special. And I just need to reiterate, it's working out about £1 per diamond. The other week on our street, 99p, a 99p, what is it called? It's not just a normal shop, it's like a 99p bakery, basically opened up on our street. Tell you what, oh, the neighbourhood was awry. They really, really were. 99p bakery. We thought, seems a bit steep. You do get like 2 sausage rolls for 99p,
Right.
so we were quelled then, thank goodness. But yeah, there's one's just open on our street. Yeah, it's called like the 99p bakery or something like that. Yeah, so everything's 99p. Anyway, I would rather have a diamond than 2 fatty, stodgy, if I'm honest, slightly greasy sausage rolls.
Yeah, every day of the week.
Okay, I have one left. Well done to one and all. You are complete winners on this because you're bargain hunters and you've just got a bargain of a diamond. Please don't forget, if you love diamond, tomorrow morning launching at 11, we have a black diamond for you, which is like eye-poppingly huge. So do make sure you're staying, you're watching us then tomorrow, because I wish I had 250, I simply don't. Okie pokely, I'm moving on up, moving on down. Time to break 3. Ooh, black spanel. Oh, I really like the way that this sits. Look at that, Jan.
Oh, that's really pretty, isn't it?
It's just the way it sits on the strand.
Yeah, yeah.
Because these are rounds, but look where that drill hole is. It's on the top. It's not through the centre, it's on the top.
That looks lovely just like that, doesn't
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're huge pieces too. Let me hold it out for you so you can see how that is drilled. Now, tell us what a top drilled round can do.
Well, because you've got that top drill, it means that if you've got a drop, it's going to hang nicely. If you put it into a necklace, it's going to sit really nicely because you've got that point that you can attach it to. If you're making rings, it's great because it sort of sits proud, so you get that lovely, lovely shape to it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really good. And I know Mark does a macrame bracelet, and he uses these sort of gemstones, and they sit sort of, so you do the macrame strand, and then add these in, and they sit proud of the bracelet, so they sort of sit around.
They do.
So yeah, really, really useful, but beautiful, beautiful gemstones. And in the spanel as well. Can't go wrong, can you?
Spanel is glorious in its look and in its appeal. It is serious, kind of beauty of the monochrome nature, and when you have that look in a gemstone going from 100% tonality in the body and 0% tonality in the sparkle, it's a juxtaposition which grabs attention without seeming over the top. This isn't one of those, you know, fashion trend faux pas, which is what we're talking about today. It's not one of those that's like, wow, that's vibrant, that's bright. I used to have this fluorescent orange tracksuit. And it was fluorescent orange, as in, oh yeah, it was a good look. Fluorescent orange, it was t-shirt, trousers, jacket, fluorescent orange, and that was a bold look, but in a bad way. This is a bold look in a very good way. It's classy, isn't it? And things like this are timeless in their look, aren't they?
They are, and the thing is, we always say they'll go with anything in your stash. But if you put that with the Beryl that I've got as my challenge, it would look phenomenal, wouldn't it? So you could put it with a really bright, strong colour, really bold colour, and it would look beautiful. Put it with a really nice, soft, serene colour like that, and it looks just as beautiful.
Even put it with your metals.
Yeah, anything, absolutely anything.
Hey,
that looks good.
Now I'm going to do you a record-breaking price. You ready? It's always been this price. We've seen it a few times before. We've never dropped the price, but I'm going to. Even if I took 5p off, technically, I've beaten all records previously seen on this strand. I haven't taken off 5p though. I've taken off way more than that. Should have been 19.95, has been 19.95, always been 19.95 until today, when manager Scott sat behind the computer and put in control of some buttons. It's £12.95 for you today. We've taken to this incredible deal, an incredible price, a very, very, very special one. I think that's a sensational deal. You know, we're talking about, and obviously these are really closely together, so just imagine it, you know, that as a ring, because of how it sits, surely for a genuine spinel, which actually, looking at the carat weight, looking at the amount we've got, I would be okay to guess that these would be bigger than your average, let's say, at spinel in individual carat weights. If I saw that at £15 on a high street for an individual ring, I would be snapping up a couple.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, just one of those.
Just one?
Is worth more than the strand price, isn't it? Definitely.
One in the centre of a pearl necklace. Oh, did you see Linda's designs this morning? Sheila it was this morning, wasn't it? Oh, my nightmare. When they're here in front of me, I'm fine. When are them not? Oh, I just forget constantly. Sheila's design this morning, where it was pearls and then interspersed pearl with spinel, and then just to spinel. It was a really beautiful design. Something like that with these, because you've got that drop.
Yeah.
It's going to really add a class, isn't it?
It would, and it'd sit beautifully, wouldn't it, in that sort of design?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
These with that Burmese sapphire I've got coming up in a bit. I think that's a lovely idea.
They're beautiful. But just imagine, just like a bit of silver chain, one of those from an earring, how beautiful they would be as well. So you can keep it really simple as well, and just, whoa, they look nice.
I am just thinking, electroplate launch took place this morning. What do you think of that?
That looks really pretty, doesn't it? You've got that lovely pink tone and the gold and the black. It looks beautiful.
It looks sassy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well done, everyone, on this lowest ever price point. Please remember, I can only guarantee that price during the live show. Okay, so please do get it whilst you can. Prices do go back up in price at 8. What is it about these that is so different? First off, the amount of light that goes through them is blatant and a wonderful thing. It's not a heavily silks rose quartz that we've got here. It still lets that translucency through. But also, the fact that these are the shape they are and corner drilled. Jan, what's that going to give us?
Well, it gives you it's another way of sort of another dimension to your jewellery making, isn't it? To the pendants, rather than having just a straight sort of drop.
Yeah.
You've got that sort of offset It looks, I think it looks really nice. It looks really contemporary as well, doesn't it?
Yes,
so if you
yes,
just
yes.
had that with something really simple,
Yeah.
it'd look really, really contemporary. And I
Would,
love
wouldn't
that electroplating. It looks like it's bezel set, doesn't it?
Does,
the
doesn't
gemstone.
it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What do you like about the electroplating then? Is it the fact that it frames it so well?
I think because it frames it, it looks like, obviously there's a lot of work gone into it. It looks like it's been bezel set. And from a distance, you would say that that has got sort of gold, maybe gold bezel wire or something around it.
Yeah, you would.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would, you're right.
But
Right.
yeah, I think it's beautiful.
I really like this strand a lot. You've got, the back of these are still open as well, so that means the light does shine through. I love the style and the shape of these and the way in which we have drilled them. I mean, when you look at them like that, they are nestled, kind of directing to one another, aren't they? Just one of those as a pendant is going to be a really arresting design, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's great. And if you want to use that drill hole, to have that would look beautiful as a pendant. But obviously you can use it like you would do a cabochon as well, couldn't you? You could prong set it into a pendant, and then you're going to see all that electroplating around it, and you're going to see the full face of the gemstone.
Completely.
So there's lots of ways you can work with it.
Yeah.
You don't have to use the drill hole if you don't want to.
I think with that side drilling how it is, it's going to be really easy for you to do an avant-garde kind of asymmetric look. If you're one of those people who you want to do asymmetric but you find it really hard for one reason or another, this is going to do it for you, because you can't not do an asymmetric design with this. The shape itself, if you just look at one alone, is asymmetric in its whole essence. Yeah. You're getting 3 of them today for £17.95 with your electroplated rose quartz with that beautiful gold colouring all the way around it that really does highlight every single one of these. Very special, very individual. 85 carats worth on this at £17.95. I mean, one of these in a piece is going to grab attention, isn't it?
It is. I mean, even if you just had that on a simple torque necklace even, that would look beautiful, wouldn't it? Because it's a statement on its own, isn't it? You know, you don't have to do anything too overcomplicated with it.
Definitely. Well done to one and all getting your hands on that. And again, I mean, you know, the amount of things that you could do with this. If you loved your mixed metals, which is a huge look we're seeing on the catwalks, I don't know if you've been watching London Fashion Week, there's some amazing designs on tonight.
Move them together, because like you say, the way they sit together is beautiful.
Does work really nicely, doesn't it? And don't forget Burmese sapphire coming up. I quite like the idea of just one Burmese sapphire on each side. I think that'd look stunning. £17.95, final chance for you today. Okay, are we doing it at 3 or at 3:30? 3:30. Otto! Stardust Rondelles in 925. We have got loads of goodies, loads of treats, and is it going to be a brand new VT, Ben? The same as yesterday, VT. Oh, how exciting. Loads more coming up. I'll be back with Jan and the team after this.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
I found Jewellery Maker by flicking through the TV one day and being absolutely astounded by the gemstones and the price. Obviously sceptical at first, but within days I'd ordered, never looked back. My first impressions were how friendly the channel is and feeling like being on the other side of the screen, you're still part of it. I enjoyed the gemstones most about the channel, but also the presenters and the guest designers learning new techniques. Claire McDonald's, my favourite guest designer. Her wire work is absolutely amazing, astounding. I love how the channel's evolved recently. I love the prices that we get, and the customer service is fantastic. Advice for somebody starting out in Jewellery Maker would be to have a little go at everything, see what you like, and then go with that, because you'll excel at whatever you're enjoying.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you.
This is a gemstone which used to be said to protect against demons. In the ancient years, in ancient times, what it was said they used to do was get this gemstone with its weight and with its body, and what they would do is they would take individual pieces of this, obviously in rough form, not gloriously cut like this. They used to take it and hang it from cords of fabric and yarns, and they used to hang them almost like a curtain, actually, in front of any entranceways of homes and windows and doorways. And they used to believe that it would prevent demons coming through because of its strength, because of its beauty, and also because of how dense these are. This gemstone and this variety has one of the biggest densities in all gem. When they knock together, they essentially create this sound that they believed would ward off any evil. This has got so much history, and I love that we've done them in these mesmerising shapes. I bet 99% of you don't own this gemstone. Genuine black tourmaline. Black tourmaline is a very, very beautiful gem. This is a gemstone which I'm going to lay it on the line for you. We did ourselves a disservice with this gemstone a couple of years ago. Basically, we bought a huge shipment in of tourmaline, massive. I mean, so huge that it kept us going for sort of 2.5 years. We bought in a huge amount of stock. Every single day, pretty much, we would bring you tourmaline because we'd got such a huge amount. We had such a mammoth amount. It was then really hard for us as presenters, me being one of them, to sit here and say, this is one of the rarest gemstones out there. Tourmaline is so difficult to get your hands on because we'd be bringing it to you every single day. Well, that ran out, and now we are fighting for love nor money to try and get this. We've had people in the past offering us money for the amount of tourmaline that we've had and for elements of our tourmaline that we've had, and I have to say that by far this has been one of the most difficult gemstones to get our hands on in recent years. We are never ever going to be able to get a shipment like we did that once. That was a complete and absolute fluke, if I'm honest. We're never going to be able to do that again. These are most certainly the largest pieces of tourmaline I have ever seen, let alone ever given to you. This is a very, very popular
talisman look and design that I have with this, and I'll show you. It's not just one that you're getting. You will be getting 5 of these, but what you have is a really stunning facet work to these. Oh goodness, this is trickier than I thought. It has got this really glorious movement to it, which gives a very, very interesting facet and look and design. Now, with this gemstone, with this tourmaline, you have that richness of colour. It's darker and deeper than an indicolite, but it's got the same kind of gravity to it. Very, 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 very heavy when you feel these. My name's Becky, lovely to see you. I'm joined by Jam today. Jam, have you ever seen tourmaline like this?
No, not that much of it in one gemstone.
No.
And in that beautiful shape as well, that sort of pendulum shape. It's really, really beautiful, isn't it?
It's so unique and individual, isn't it? And I just want to say that I'm talking to you about the gravitational, the density of this essentially. And I want to let you know that that is so, so important. This is one of the densest of all genuine gemstones, and actually all of the tourmaline family. And because of that, you get a really nice, luxurious feel to it. It feels weighty, it feels bold. If you've never come across this before, Jan, do you want to pop on over and have a little feel of one of them? Have a little feel of the weight of this.
Oh, wow.
You can feel it instantly, can't you?
Yeah, that is beautiful.
Now, that to me means luxury. What does that mean to you? That weight?
When that's the thing, when you feel in the weight of it, it does feel luxury, because when we buy pieces of jewellery, when I buy pieces of jewellery, I automatically pick it up and sort of feel it, and sort of, you do sort of guesstimate sort of the weight and that sort of thing of it, but to get that much in one gemstone,
and that's not even the largest one I've given to you.
And the way it's cut as well.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Wow, look at that one.
Yeah, huge, aren't they?
They're beautiful.
I have got 5 of these in total. Thanks, Jan.
Oh, I love that one. That's a nice one.
All right, Jan. I'm bringing to you one of the rarest gems out there. We can't get our hands on it for love nor money. I'm bringing it to you in mammoth carat weights. At this price point, it's just £21.95. This is astonishing. It really, really, truly is a sensational deal. I have got you a really wonderful opportunity. You have to be very, very, very quick off the mark on these ones indeed. You truly, truly, truly do. Do be as quick as you possibly can. A very special opportunity with this. Please do check out, oh my goodness, loads of you coming in and getting your hands on these. Do read up on the history of these. Tourmaline is one of the kind of vastest families for lots of different types of gemstones. One of the highest regarded. Obviously, when we're talking tourmaline, we're talking the likes of your indicolite, we're talking the likes of your Peruvian. You know, it's very, very, very special indeed. Can I just ask you, because these are so, for me they're a talisman, for me they're a pendulum. When I look at them, that's what I'm seeing. What are they for you?
That's what they make me think of as well. You know, and for me, putting them just on silver chain, just one of those to wear would look phenomenal, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Look beautiful. Or if you make wind chimes, just to have one of those, it's sort of suspended from the bottom of a wind chime or something, would look beautiful.
Love that.
They're
Absolutely
really
adore that
like
idea.
those.
And because it's natural, if you did want to make a wind chime with these, you could have them outside. You don't have to worry about any colour coming off them or anything.
Beautiful.
Honestly, if you've never felt the weight of a gemstone like this, I can't put across to you enough how wonderful it is. Well done to all of you. Loads of you in for these ones. Isn't it nice to own something a bit different? Isn't it nice to see something a bit different, to own something a bit different? I reckon 99% of you won't actually own black tourmaline, whether it be even just a few pieces from a strand, or whether it be, you most certainly won't in big pieces like this, I wouldn't imagine. This is a sensational opportunity, isn't it?
When I'm looking at it, I'm thinking I'd probably make a rosary linked pearl necklace maybe. And then have that suspended, and maybe just have some sort of pearls around the top of it. See, that would look great, wouldn't it? That just, because what it does, it finishes off a pendant or a design.
Why can't I do centres? Sorry, I'm working backwards. There we go.
Because it brings it to that final point, doesn't it?
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That is sensational. Well done to you all.
Gorgeous.
Okay, I've got to move on because there's not a huge amount of those ones left. holding them all. Wow. I'm going to bring all the way up, Chuckles.
Oh. I've just been in there. Why didn't I see those?
Because I've had to hide them from you till this moment.
See what I mean? That.
Hang on, A up. Let me. Oh, balancing, not a thing today. Not a thing today. Hang on. Now imagine this and this. Just one. Isn't that adding, hang on, I've got another way of doing it here. Isn't that adding a modernity to these pearls?
Yeah. I think that looks beautiful.
That is sensational. Now, you obviously have worked with a pearl or two in your time.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Now, for anyone who doesn't know you, Jan, you work with and sell pearls a lot, don't you?
A lot, yeah. I'm a little bit addicted
to
pearls.
So you know your way around a pearl. You know what you like, you know what you don't like.
Yep.
Do you like luxury size pearls?
Yes.
So you must be loving these then?
Yes. They are phenomenal.
What is it about these that you adore?
So as soon as I see them, I'm just sort of drawn to them. I just love them because, like you say, the size of them, the colour of them, the orient, those colours that you get from them, that's beautiful. For me, that's sort of like a classic strand of pearls.
If I say to you, classic strand of pearls, luxury size, guarantee you under £65 for this strand, happy?
Yeah.
You're in? Would you be in? Would you be on it?
I'm there.
Would you be buying?
I'm there. Because look at them.
I'm going to actually guarantee you under £60 today on this strand. This is a limited-ish stock opportunity. I've got 89 of these, did you say? And if you do want to get your hands on them, you do have to be exceptionally quick because for the quality of these, you lot are really going to be bidding for them, essentially, because you've kind of become connoisseurs. And you can see that you have got such a beautiful smoothness on these, a really wonderful luster point on these. You can see the crispness of the quality in these, and it's a 9 by 10. I mean, what about is the size? Can you remember of the ones around your neck, Jan?
Oh, I think these are probably about an 8.
Yeah.
8 or 9, something like that.
Tiny in comparison, Jan.
Yeah.
Tiny. These are huge, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now, what is good about that? The boldness of a pearl.
Well, I think again we're talking like classic pearl necklaces, so that is a classic for me.
Yeah, you're right.
And so for me, I would knot them. But that's statement as well, aren't they? You know, they sort of. But they're just beautiful.
They're stunning.
Again, we were talking about making heirloom pieces. You know, you make this using sort of sterling silver or something, and you've got an heirloom piece, haven't you? And you've got a piece of jewellery that you can wear, your daughter could wear, your grandmother could wear, anybody could wear. Yeah. Anybody at all.
Everyone and anyone. Yeah. Now, these are heirloom pieces. Already, I have got so many people who have checked out on this. All of you web bidders. Interesting. Do you know what that tells me? That tells me that you can see the price. That tells me that you know what the price is on this, and you're going, hey, quick, we better get this ASAP. Telephone bidders, I'll be honest, you haven't caught on yet. £24.95 for luxury size pearls. Describe that price to me in 3 words, please, Jan.
That is silly. That's it.
Silly. That is silly.
Good silly.
Yeah?
Very good. And if I was at home, I would not be able to resist. As people know, I have bought the odd strand of pearl from Jewellery Maker.
Yeah, just 1 or 2.
Just 1 or 2.
Is £24.95 the price that you can pay more than, and you're happy at £24.95?
Yeah. I mean, if that had been sort of, another £10, £15 on top of that, for me, £20 on top of that, for me, they're worth that. Mm-hmm. They're worth that money. Yeah. But to get them for that price, for me, it means I can get 2.
How much would you be knotting with the Guardian sterling silver bales on? How much would you personally sell in your location this
if
luxury
I sold those
size
in the
strand?
hotel and knotted them with sterling silver, because of the size, they've got to be up towards the £150 mark.
So £150 mark.
Yeah.
That essentially means that you are making on top of this approximately £133 approximately, because it's not £24.95, it's £17.85. and 95 pence for you today, Jan. You were saying you were loving them at 24.95 because that meant you could buy 2. At 17.95. 3. You were on for 3.
Yeah. That's amazing. That is truly amazing.
And these are genuine, real deal pearls. These are real deal, genuine pearls.
And if you got the kit that we've just done,
yeah,
put the rubies with that stone.
Perfect.
Would look. And then from the kit that's coming up,
the cubes. For a bit of a modern feel.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the pearls, you can keep it really classic, but you can go quite contemporary as well, so it depends what you're going to add with it and what you're going to do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. So that's beautiful, isn't it?
Double A graded emerald.
See, that makes me quite emotional, you know, when I see pearls and gemstones like that together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love them.
Double A graded. Wow. How many graded emeralds do you own? This is Zambian emerald. It's coming up for you very soon. And I think when you pair them like this, they go so well together. Now, well done to all of you. I do need to make you aware I have got low stock opportunity on this one. I started off with 89 and I'm nowhere near that at the moment. So please do treat yourself to it whilst you can. Just a delectable, delectable strand that would go so well with that black tourmaline. Would also go really nice with I love that emerald. It goes so nicely with that emerald, and a bit of a Burmese sapphire, perhaps. We could place with it a little bit later on, couldn't we? Well done to all of you. Great deal, fantastic opportunity. Mammoth pieces. Great for the likes of your pearl knotting, and actually spacers too. These are coming up as Otto in 12 minutes, 49 seconds, but I don't like to be too specific, so don't quote me on that. Well done, everyone. Okay, we're moving on to, you did tell me, and I forgot. Oh, of course you did! Tanzanite. I say Tanzanite, you say?
Tanzanite.
Okay. Not exactly what I was going there for, Jan. Yeah, flop, you're right. Go on.
Sorry about that.
You're right. No.
So you say Tanzanite.
Yeah.
I say amazing.
Do you? Right, yeah.
I've just seen the amount that you've got there.
Oh, checking out the length of your This is a really lengthy strand, isn't it, Jan?
Yes, that's amazing.
Now, tell me what it is about Tanzanite on such a strand, such a length as this, that really gets your inspiration flowing.
I think because you've got so much of it, you can afford to sort of try out new things even.
Oh yeah.
And again, I know I say it a lot, but this is going to go so far. If you put it with those pearls that you've just had, just intersperse them with the pearls, you know, you're going to not use half of that strand, are you?
No.
You're going to be getting, you know, you can channel set with it. Imagine how many channel set pieces, pendants you could make with that.
How many, approximately?
Yeah, well, if I put, if I made rings with them, say, I put five into a channel set ring.
Yeah.
So imagine how many rings you could get from that. Just, you know.
Absolutely loads of them. Absolutely loads. The graphics are now in genuine real deal grade A Tanzanite. Now this has got a really beautiful look and detail and freshness about it, and that's what I like. It's not dull and flat, and you know when you look at some Tanzanite strands and some genuine gemstone strands, and in particular colours that tonality wise hit around the 60, 70 mark, sometimes it can look a bit, do you know what I mean? Sometimes it can look a bit meh. Well, you don't get that with this. It's bright, it's sparkly, it's beauty, it's not, it's bling, isn't it? It's got that brightness, it's got that beauty. Kay is saying a mesometer is a metre length. Is it a metre length? It is pretty much, yeah, let me have a look. Well, I'll be straight with you. Mine's over a metre. We're guaranteeing 98 centimetres. I've actually got 1 metre and 2 centimetres. Not to show off, But yeah, I like that as well. Amazometer. On the Amazometer, this is really high on up there. So you'd think, you know, for a meter's worth of your Tanzanite, which is graded, which is fresh, which is beautiful, a great opportunity. I mean, you were talking about channel set rings, okay? Yeah. How much? What are we saying? What price?
What?
Ish. Tanzanite.
Well, for Tanzanite, you've got to be looking sort of £25 upwards, haven't you?
Yeah. Completely.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 centimetres worth-ish to do me a ring, and that's going a little bit too far. So, you know, £25 there, £50 there, what, 100, wait, hang on, that way. £100 worth there, and I'm only that far through. Look at all that left over. Hello, Kayleigh, saying, oh, wow, that's stunning, and what a huge amount. Wow, I love it. Kayleigh, we love you and your work, and you're right. Not a measly amount, it's a big, bold amount, and this is most certainly not a big, bold price. I've just shown you what that was about £100 worth in rings alone. Look at the amount you've got left over. Yeah. This is not a tiny, small, individual amount. A ring, 3 centimetres worth, you said about £25, didn't you?
Yeah. And I'd use 5 actually. I'd use only 5 gemstones to channel set them onto a ring.
Oh.
Yeah, so you get more than that.
So what you're trying to tell me is I would make my money back on one piece?
Yeah.
Because it's now $24.95?
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Look at how happy your face is. Hi, Becky and Jan. Mine was 104 centimetres. Joy and absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I love that. I love that. 104 centimetres. Do you know what? I really like the idea of you getting it home and just being like, right, 98. Look at that extra amount. Well, good on you. That is a silly, brilliant price. Well done to everyone. Do you know what it would go wonderfully with? Ooh. I am absolutely in awe of this genuine Zambian emerald. This is an incredible opportunity to own one of the most sought after and one of the most spectacular gemstones out there on the planet. You have got an integral member and location of your emerald, and you have it in a phenomenal form. When you get Zambian emerald, you get an emerald which pretty much for most collectors beats all other locations in the world. This is, of course, a gemstone from the very well-known company Gemfields, who, when Gemfields work with and get this strand, they take a certain proportion of their money that they make on each strand and they put it back into the community. This is a gemstone which, when you manage to own it, when you manage to get your hands on it, you have something which has been worn by some of the biggest celebrities in the world. This gemstone itself, of course, has an ambassador, Mila Kunis, and she essentially, when she works with, one gets to wear this gemstone, she sees something in it that she essentially has spoken about in numerous interviews about kind of how it naturally unlocks something for her and how it naturally gives her kind of a beauty and a freshness and a feel of true femininity. And that's most certainly what we have here. This is one of the most exceptional qualities you're ever going to be able to own. And now is your chance.
Graphics are live on your screen now. Now is your opportunity to come on in, pick up that phone and get your hands on them whilst you can. It's 25 carats, it's graded AA. You can see exactly why it's got AA grade status. Is this patchy? No. Is this equal in its saturation? Boy, yes. Has this got a wonderful freshness in its hue? Yes, indeed. Has it got a phenomenal range of translucency about it, where the light doesn't just stop, it travels all the way through? Yes, it most certainly does. Has it got that naturally, or is it Fisher filled? It's natural. This is a genuine, natural Zambian emerald strand, and it is one of the most sought after of gems at this moment in time. Gemfields have been in the news recently. Gemfields have been ranking this gemstone recently, and this gemstone in the past couple of years has been, for its amount, one of the essentially biggest earners for them, and that is because of its popularity. That is because of its beauty. A few years ago, this gemstone brought Gemfields, which has worked with many other gemstones in many other locations, £288 million. That's how high-end this gemstone is, because it's not easy to get your hands on. They're not raking up, you know, yields and yields and yields and yields of this and ton upon ton upon ton every day. This is still a very difficult gem in that location to get your hands on, because the ground itself is so much tougher than the likes of its counterparts in Brazil, where it kind of just breaks apart, and that's why you'll get a low price on that. This has got a very, very, very big amount of work connotated to it, and therefore a big amount of money connotated to it. To get this out of the ground, it's not like in Brazil, whereby it's almost like, it's not in a limestone, but it's almost breaks away like that. It almost dissolves around it. This takes a lot of work, a lot of man hours and a lot of manpower to get your hands on this. And because of that, you know, it is an emerald which essentially has had this huge force behind it, this huge amount of promotion behind it, which has meant that in the last 4 years alone, this has seen per carat a 16 times price increase. Zambian emerald, because of its promotion, because of the companies behind it, and because a lot of connoisseurs are saying, do you know what, Colombian emerald has its good things, but actually, completely, if we're honest, Zambian emerald is the one for us. Lots of connoisseurs now stepping away from Colombian emerald as the top location to buy and going more for the Zambian, because like you can see on this strand, the colour is even, and the clarity that we're getting now on very high-end strands like this is equal, on par, let's say, to that with the Colombian. And because of the interest in it, because of the beauty of it. This is AA grade Zambian natural even emerald, and yet still I'm under £100 on this. Genuinely a phenomenal deal. I'm not even talking 5p under 100. I'm talking way under £100. I never imagined that I would be able to do something like this for you at that price point. Get your authenticity. I cannot encourage you enough. Your authenticity will say AA grade. Your authenticity will say that this is the real deal, okay? People will be able to prove it. People will be able to see it. Emerald sold around 10 times higher in the last 4 to 5 years from this location than anywhere else around. 30-day money back guarantee. Do you know what? If you get to the end of the month and your dishwasher's broken down or whatever it might be, send it back. There's no questions, no quibbles, no nothing. This is high quality, and I know that you've been looking over it and you can see in your eyes that there's something different about this for you. What is that?
It's beautiful, and the colour is beautiful, but it's really light and it's bright, isn't it? Really bright, and like you say, even colour throughout the strand. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And like you say, it's that top end emerald strand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
It's astonishing, isn't it? It's absolutely astonishing. Yeah. I just want to make you aware of something as well. Please do your research. I'm going to give you a website now, if I may. It's thisismoney.co.uk. Go and have a little look on there. Have a look for Zambian emerald, because Zambian emerald on that website. Do your research, but it's been released relatively recently.
And it basically talks about a recent auction, a Gemfields auction that took place, and the prices that people in the trade are paying now, and the price per carat at the latest auction. Do you know what? I'm going to triple check it because I've got a number in my mind. I'm sure it was £48 a carat, but I do want to double check before I give you that fact. Here it is. Gemfields holds record-breaking auction of stones in Zambia and rakes in £23.3 million. Not dollars, pounds. Let me see what it is. Yeah. What a gem. Zambian emerald, this auction, a record-breaking carat weight price for Zambian natural variety per carat, £49.69. That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. If that was that price per carat, if we were at that auction and paying £49.50 per carat, it wouldn't equate, would it? Get it whilst you can. Sensational deal. It's not £49.69, it's £3.60 per carat. I'm not great at maths, but that's pretty amazing, isn't it? Right here, right now, it is your one to own. If you would like one of those, which we call a VT, Director Ben has made it. He is available. He is available if you want any VTs doing. One to own. It's here. Oh dear, get ready, because these are going to sparkle. I have got something we have been waiting for, not days, not weeks, but for many of us months. Finally, they're here. Stardust spacer beads, anyone? Really great quality, phenomenal look and design of our Stardust sterling silver spacer beads. These are our one to own today, and of course they're our one to own. Have you seen them? Look at the quality of these. They're absolutely dreamlike, with a sparkle that hits the eye, that gleams, that glimmers, that glitters. And as our one to own today, I know you're all going to want it. So how about you get ready to pick up those phone lines, because I'm going to guarantee you under £20. I'm going to give you time to dial. I'll imagine you're picking up the phone. 0800 644 655. Bring, 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 bring. Your graphics are in. We're bringing them live now. That means that you have the opportunity. You should be at the front of the queue. If you were dialing and I was fake dialing, then you should be at the front of the queue. First things first, sterling silver. What does it mean to you, guest designer Jan Dwyer?
It means that you're adding luxury to a piece of jewellery, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's luxury. And when you're adding things like this, that's so beautiful. They add so much to a design as well. They add texture, they add design, you know, they design features in the cells, aren't they? They're great.
They are, aren't they?
Great additions, yeah.
Definitely great addition. And what about we're describing these as rondelles or spaces. Yeah. Tell us, for anyone who is brand new, please be quick, phone lines, wow. Please tell us, what is a rondelle or what is a spacer?
Well, a spacer is what it says. It would sit in between other gemstones and sort of space them out. And a rondelle is a lovely shape to do that, because you've got almost flat, it's almost like a circle with the two sides sliced off. So you've got those flat sides, so they sit beautifully against gemstones or whatever it is you want to space out.
Yes. Yeah, and what does that do to your designs?
Well, it means that it showcases the gemstones, doesn't it? Like for me, like with gemstones, if you put in those spacers, it means that they're separating the gemstones, but it's also separating those beautiful spacers as well. So each gemstone and each spacer is going to get the light surrounding it, for one thing. And it means that the eye can actually see the whole of that spacer and the whole of that gemstone, rather than having them clustered together.
And making those gemstones go further, because on astonishing natural strands like the Zambian emerald, if I'm going to be adding a spacer in between each and every one of those, I mean, you're right there, Ben. Hey there, Director Ben.
No one would have noticed.
No, I think people would have noticed the hovering box beside me.
Yeah.
Your face makes me happy.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead.
you're bringing me some other treats. Thank you, Ben. But it's going to make, from pieces in between these, it's going to make this strand almost a third longer, actually, isn't it?
It is. So then you can obviously that one strand then will equate then to a bracelet, earrings, necklace. You can actually stretch that out by adding those.
Ben! He's done it again. You're right, Ben. Ben, you wouldn't make a floor manager, would you, me love? Thank you.
Best darn floor manager in this business.
And then you lost it, did you?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. You're a love. Sorry, Jan. I didn't mean to box your face.
Okay.
Do continue.
Yeah. So it's going to make, like as you said, make your gemstones go a lot further.
Yeah, it is. It most certainly is.
But by adding beautiful design to them as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you work with pearls a lot. When you work with pearls, do you ever work with sterling silver for the pieces you sell?
Always.
As in always 100% of the time?
I'll take that
always
back.
80%?
No, I'd say 95%.
Really?
95% of the pearl necklaces that I sell or bracelets will be with sterling silver.
And tell me why that is important for you as a seller of jewellery.
Well, for me, when you're using the high-end gemstones or pearls, I think that they command that you use a precious gemstone because we are creating heirloom pieces.
Yeah.
So you want things that have got longevity. And,
you do.
And you know, your sterling silver has got that. And it adds that luxury to it. Yeah, so for me, it's a must, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to get your hands on these, do be as quick as you possibly can. We don't get to see them often. There's 30 pieces in here in total. Get them whilst you can at £14.95 for you. They are back by popular demand. I mean, for just one or two of these pieces in a design, it's going to catch your imagination, isn't it?
It is, and you could just, I mean, if you're making sort of corded bracelets, if you're into your corded jewellery, just to have a few of those on a corded bracelet tied to the wrist would look beautiful.
Completely.
Would look phenomenal.
If I just shimmy on over here, just taking this from your second design, if you made a base like this, maybe with sterling silver wire, you know, the extendable bases which you've made yourself, instead of where these gorgeous cubes are, just 3 of these on there. I mean, if you use sterling silver wire and 3 of these, how much might something like that sell for?
Well, for me personally, and I know everywhere is different, but for me, I'd be looking around the sort of the £30 mark.
Yeah,
easily, yeah.
Love this bracelet, John. Well done to you all who are getting a great one to own. They're not something we get to see very often at all. Make the most of it whilst you can at that price point. Nice work, everyone. I've got so much more coming up. People have asked about the Burmese sapphire. It is coming up to you, I promise, today. I promise, in the next few hours. Say that to me again, Poppet Chops. Oh, this is rich. This would be lovely with a Baltic amber, actually. You're not wrong at all. Nice depth to this. Really nice depth. Huge pieces too. Oh, a natural citrine. That is astonishing. Natural citrine at very, very high quality beauty of its natural colouring in big, big, big pieces. Totally and absolutely natural. So already I'm rocking up to close to only 4% of the market, 4-5% of the market, because do not forget for me that when you're getting this kind of gemstone in this kind of look, you're actually getting something which is generally starting out life as maybe an amethyst and then it's heated to between 200 and 400 degrees to give it this colour. This is natural as Mother Nature intended. Something we very rarely get to see because you have to be in the right place at the right time in the crust of the earth with the right amount of pressure, with the right amount of ingredients, with the right amount of heat to it and pressure and everything else. All of that needs to be in there for this to work. So it doesn't happen often. These are 10mm, huge rounds, and because they are so long and so large, sorry, it gives a lot of impact. It gives a lot of an impression, and I like that you've got these individual kind of looks of beauty in the way that you get all of these internal effects which kind of bend that light in a really unusual manner, and that's what we would expect for this in a natural citrine. I mean, it's something incredible. How often, Jan, do you get to see a strand like this?
Well, we don't. They're beautiful, aren't they? Citrine, I love them. They're like little bubbles of sunshine, aren't they?
Yeah.
But it's not very often.
No.
Especially in that size as well, in a round. You know, we see like the chips and nuggets, don't we? It's
Yeah.
got, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
More than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Special, aren't they?
They are special, yeah. And is it November's birthday?
You're not wrong.
So, you know, we're coming up to November.
Yeah.
Birthstone jewellery.
Perfect.
My sister's birthday, so I mean,
Hey,
that could very well be.
And to give it as a natural gift, then that's astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really pretty indeed. Okay, how about we treat you to a great deal? Should be. Bear in mind, last time we sold it for you, brought it to you at that price point, that sold out. And we did bring it to you at that price point. Of course it sold out. But it's autumn, Rob, who's now producing me, says. But it's autumn. And we're going to give you a price not to ignore. That is a huge price discount. One of the most affordable for its size, for its carat weight, for its natural colour citrines I have seen, definitely, full stop. That is astonishing.
It is. That's amazing. I've got some citrines actually in the smaller round, so for me to get those would be perfect to put with those.
Oh, side by side.
Yeah,
and don't forget, you have got in here approximately the top 4 to 5% percentile of all citrine, and yet we still drop that price down. How about, you've got the brightness, you've got the freshness, now how about adding a little bit of depth?
Oh.
These would go perfectly with the Aurora Red kit that you did moments ago, wouldn't it,
Yes,
Jan?
would be perfect, wouldn't it?
How might you incorporate this really, really huge natural garnet into those pieces?
Into the pieces that we did earlier.
Yeah.
Well, I think with the gold wire that we had earlier would be perfect. So I'd probably use one of the centre ones maybe as the centre of a pendant. We did a bracelet as well. There was a bracelet within that kit as well. So having those across the centre of a bracelet would be great. But to have that sort of organic shape to them as well.
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful.
I think that's a beautiful idea.
Gorgeous.
I'm bringing to you now January's birthstone, a gemstone with lots of connotations to passion and fire, which is why I think it works really nicely with the natural citrine. Good work to you all on that one. This is a natural variety and it comes in these big, bold, faceted shapes. When you get this much depth, when you get this much beauty, you get high prices because we do not get to see these huge amounts very often at all. When you get pieces of garnet, you know, you're generally lucky if you're getting over a 5 carat piece. These will most certainly in areas be over 5 carats. Please note that I'm ignoring the price that was on your screen. Not that there's anything wrong with £23, but I'm ignoring it because I've been able to drop it. That is a mammoth price discount. That is £12.95 from a £23 strand. That is a sensational deal that's going to give you a big, bold, beautiful look, ready for all of those gifts that you're going to be giving, for all of those January babies. Look on this recording, look at that zest, look how umptuous this is, look how sumptuous every single one of those looks when you get the light. Now obviously in here these look extremely dark, I'll be honest with you, it's because of the lights around here. When you see the recording, that is more of a natural daylight look. Can you see on the top of them, can you see in particular the ones that are coming around now, how you get that beauty of that freshness? It's deep, it's rich, it's umptuous. You almost imagine you're gonna taste it and it's gonna be like a berry taste, doesn't it?
It does actually, yeah. When you look at the colour and how deep and, like you say, how rich it is, you can, almost taste it.
You can.
Yeah.
At £12.95, Jan. I mean, you had a smile when £23 came up.
Yeah.
£12.95 special.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
It is. And it's that amount as well, and the size of them. Wow.
£12.95, well done. Just saying. Well done. Okay, pearls, I heard. The earrings. I really like these drop earrings that we've been doing lately in the pearls because we seem to have got a little bit bolder about the pearls. I do like the more kind of delicate domed ones, but I really am a big fan of these. These are huge drops. Have a look. What do you think? These are big pearl drops. I can tell Jan likes it because she pulls her face like she's about to blow a kiss. That's what Jan does. That's what Jan does. Don't you, Jan?
I do.
When a
do
great
like
deal
these.
comes in, she pulls her face like she's about to go in for a
Purse my lips.
smooch. She does. Yeah, that's what you do. She does that. Why? On these.
Well, I've got them.
What? Right? You went and bought these yourself.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
Well, look at them. Why not?
Yeah.
They are beautiful.
They are
And the
exceptional.
thing is, for me, where I sell, I like to have, as you can imagine, a pearl showcase. So the centre of my display is always pearls.
Yeah.
And for me, these are really, really easy makes.
Yeah.
Because you literally just attach the pearl to the finding. And yeah, you've got jewellery made.
Jewellery,
Beautiful jewellery.
done and dusted.
Yeah.
Really beautiful jewellery, in particular as it's that black colour, which I think looks the most Tahitian of any other colour.
Yeah.
It beats the likes of a peacock, doesn't it, colour, pearl? It really does. Because you get, with a peacock colour pearl, lots of those pinks, lots of those purples. These are more of the blues and the greens that you see in a Tahitian pearl.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to get these and they were a Tahitian pearl, to buy a pair would be, what, 90-ish pounds at Jewellery Maker prices. Thankfully, they've got a similar look to a Tahitian, but they haven't got as picky of a mollusk, and therefore it doesn't cost as much for us to make them. We are pairing them with sterling silver, though, so you know that's bumping up the price. Yet still, I'm able to do you this deal. And yes, at that price point for a pair, great, but you are going to be getting two with this. 2 pairs, and that is working out at £4, well, less than £4 per pen. Is that why you bought them? Is that why you got your hands on them?
Yeah.
Is that why you got them?
Well, I haven't got them anymore. I think I've sold them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you remember how much for-ish?
Yeah, £30.
How much?
£30 pair.
£30 per pair you sold them for, these ones.
Because we did them in the white as well.
Yeah,
I
we
think,
did,
didn't we?
yeah,
So
we
I
did.
got the white.
Yeah.
And then I got sort of this colour.
This
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
So they were £4 each, and you sold them for 30. I think that's a bargain. £30.
It is a bargain, but my thought was, well, you know, there's not a lot of time and effort in it for me, so I didn't have to cost any time in.
No.
So it means that I can put sort of, for where I sell, sort of affordable pieces of jewellery that people could. I know, for instance, if I put those in at £30, I know they're just going to fly.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah. So for me, it's a no-brainer, really.
Very special indeed.
They're beautiful.
And I will make you aware too, if you can see this is something relatively new we've started doing. Can you see that? This section here. Can you see what that says? Can you see what that is? It says 925 on there. Now it's hard to get that. You don't get that often, do you? In a finding, in an earring finding, you don't normally have enough space.
No. And I think on a certain weight of sterling silver, it doesn't have to be marked, does it?
No.
But the fact that we've gone to the trouble to do that, it just gives assurance to people, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, when you're selling or you're giving as a gift,
Yeah.
people can see instantly that it's sterling silver.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Because some people are super pernickety about that sort of thing because of allergies, for example.
Yeah.
925, less likely to have an allergic reaction than you are to a lot of base metals.
Definitely.
£7.95. What a deal not to be ignored. As I said, larger than the usual at a 12 by 8 on those ones. Very special opportunity. Get them whilst you can. I think that is a great deal. And also, don't forget, if you can't think of anyone off the top of your head right now to make a set of earrings for, you can actually, because this section is so long, you can make a pendant from them, can't you?
Actually, I was just going to say, these aren't the ones that I bought. The ones I got were smaller than these.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm sure they weren't that large, actually.
Ah.
So they were a bit smaller than that. So, yeah, my prices are going up now.
Good. Good on you. Well done to all of you on this. Now, I have one thing left on my T-bar that I haven't brought yet, and these are big shell. Big, round shell. And it would be shellfish not to do them.
No.
These are mammoth. Very close, actually, to the bodacious colour. You know, the new Pantone colours. Bodacious. Very close in hue to that, actually. Just thinking, imagine one of those on this bracelet. Oh, that'd be nice. Shell in these huge 14mm rounds. Now, Shell pearl, something that people possibly don't understand, that people possibly don't actually get. What on earth is a shell pearl? Okay, a shell pearl is where we essentially get shell, we ground it down, and it's reformed. In essence, that's the long and short of it. That is something that has been done for many, 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 many years. When Coco Chanel first moved to Paris, that's what she worked with. That's what Chanel is still working with. Shell is something which the likes of Christie's have sold, the likes of the Smithsonian show and pass on information about. It is something which is very much recognised. It's something that is, as an organic in its family, very much seen as a wearable, workable alternative, or for many, improvement on pearl. Because what you get with this is true wearability, true durability, and it's something that you cannot guarantee from pearls. If I were to have a pearl on now, I would be having to worry about which deodorant I was wearing that day, what perfume I've been wearing, whether or not to put hairspray in my hair, because all of those things and more can have an effect on a pearl and its finish. It can change the look of it, the feel of it, how blotchy it is. It can change how dark and deep the colour is, and it can, in essence, change the longevity of it. Shell, hard as nails. Shell does not matter any day of the week. If you want it in hair pieces, hairspray, not a problem. If you want this on your wrist line and you're going to be putting a little spritz of your favourite fragrance, no issue whatsoever. It's strong, it's bold. You do not have to worry with these at all. And that's why for many it's a great alternative to a pearl. Yet you still get almost, obviously it's not quite, but almost a pearlescent feel about it, but with extra durability. And boy, these say durable in their size. Whoa, they really, really, really do. If you like durability, if you like big, bold sizes, if you like one piece to make a statement, then these are the ones for you. And they're still just £6.95. Lowest price we're allowed to go to for you, £6.95. That is a real serious deal. These are big, bold, and luscious, aren't they, Jan?
They're beautiful, aren't they? The colour is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Really, really soft and delicate, isn't it? And it reminds you of like bridal, like Mother of the Bride. You can imagine a Mother of the Bride wearing that as a set. Really, really pretty. Really gorgeous.
What would you do with something like this, Jan?
I think I would actually restrand it as a full necklace, and an earring set maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's all it needs to be done with it, really.
Yeah.
And shell pearl is beautiful, and I love my pearls, but I love shell pearl as well.
Yeah.
Because I think, like you say, shell pearl gives you another way of working as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I know Mark Smith prefers shell pearl to natural pearl because of the uniformity of them.
I think it's, you don't have to be a pearl or a shell pearl kind of person.
No.
It's different horses for different...
Yeah, courses.
Horses or causes?
I thought it was courses.
Is it causes? Courses.
Horses for courses.
Horses for courses.
Like a horse course.
A horse course?
Yeah, not a horse
Oh, a
course.
horse on a course. Like a race course.
Race.
Course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Now I get it. Horses for causes, I thought. Which makes me think of horses standing with banners, you know, chatting on about their beliefs in this charity. Just me. £6.95 anyway.
bless her.
Tomato, potato. Get in whilst you can. £6.95 on these beautiful, big, hazy shell rounds. £14.95. I'm going to squeeze in one more before the break, if I may. Masterclass coming up for you. What am I squeezing in? Well done, everyone, on that. We have. Okay, I'm bringing to you really quickly. Oh, high-end strand we're leaving this hour on. I see, that's the wrong one. High-end strand. This hasn't been on air for absolutely months. Do you own any of this? Do you know what it is? Take a look. What is this?
Ooh.
Do you own any of this? Do you know what gemstone this is? It's genuine Cognac quartz. Now this has been heated, but I need to make you aware of something. It has not been heated to change its colour. It's been heated to purely enhance it. A lot of people will not even classify heat as a treatment because that's what Mother Nature does to it anyway. It's not like it's been filled, which Mother Nature doesn't do. You know, it hasn't been dyed this colour. That is its genuine beauty. And look at what this does. It gives you these colours which range from brandy to whiskey to liqueur. You have got this amazing intricacy which has been highlighted completely by the beauty but also the cut of this gemstone. See what I mean? You've got a really rich, integral, deep antiques bronze here. Now let's get ready to rock and let's see how that light changes, how that light moves. Can you see how we're going on here from that deep rich chocolate all the way to those whiskey hues? When the back facets, you'll see it, you can't see it on the recording because that's one individual light, isn't it? But you can kind of get an idea of it around the outside. It's to do with how the facet work of this is created. It's to do with how that light is manoeuvring in between this and how you get that individuality. Now this is a unique and individual strand. It truly is, and it gives you so much interest. Please note, I'm ignoring that price on screen and I'm doing it for the reason. Nothing wrong with £52, but I'm going to ignore it for a time being. You have got a very individual strand here. Look at that light movement. Look at how that glows. Look at that matrix internally. And it's just £29.95 for us on this one today. It's a really lengthy strand. I will count them up for you, but just look at that. Look at how that rocks. Look at how that moves. Look at how you get this integrity, and that this is partly due to the facet work. Look at that. From this, how hypnotic is this? Do you know what? I'm going to let you all pick up your phone. I'm just going to be quiet for a few seconds while you enjoy this, while you enjoy this movement. You ready for it? Look at that. And again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. It's hypnotic, isn't it? You don't just get one though, obviously. I'll count them up. You've got a lovely strand here. I've got mine. 2, 4, 6, 8 I've got on mine. That is a big price drop we've just done on this. Do you own this gemstone? If you don't, you're going to be prepared to fall in love with it. It's vintage, it's unique, it's individual, isn't it, Jan?
It's beautiful, isn't it? That colour is so rich, and like you say, for it to change like that to the different tones because of the way that it's cut, and that is just phenomenal.
It glows,
Beautiful.
doesn't it? Doesn't that give intrigue and interest? How you get all of that mix of colour. It almost looks like a different gemstone at every angle. It almost gives you, actually, if we're totally honest, that look. You know, on an Alexandrite, when you get that colour change, it's like that in its individual hues, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Can you see what I mean on that? Because it's not even of the same tonality, especially, or sorry, a different tonality but in the same spectrum. It's got completely different looks about it. It does almost look like a multicoloured change colour gemstone, like a multicoloured change garnet, for example. It is individual, it is vibrant, it is bright, bold and beautiful, and it is yours at a really reduced price of just £29.95. Well done to you all getting that. It's lovely to be a bit different and individual, isn't it? Isn't that nice? Now, after the break, I've got a first for you. First time ever. Jan plus masterclass equals post-break.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, Yeah, that looks really good. That looks quite professional and I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished, first of all. You think something's so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck. There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Rose quartz is just so pretty and feminine, so it's really easy to put it in jewellery. And another one like amethyst, you know, people recognise it, people know it. There's a lot of lovely myths and legends behind it as well. And I think you can put it in bridesmaids jewellery. If you mix it with colours like Ammonite, it looks really pretty, really classic. I just think it makes soft, summery jewellery, and I like that about it.
Rose quartz is a gemstone which I love in equal measures, firstly because of its myth and legend, and also because of the way that it looks. The myth and legend of the gemstone, the fact that it's the gemstone of romance, of partnerships, the gemstones of friendships as well. The way that it looks, the quality that you can get from Jewellery Maker is superb. We seem to get that really, really fine balancing act of colour and clarity. We seem to get that mixture just right. It's a fantastic gem, and you can get it in some amazing carat weights as well.
For the first time ever, it is Masterclass with Jan. Hi, Jan.
Oh, yeah?
Masterclass. Nervous?
A little bit.
Really?
I haven't
scared?
I haven't done this for this
Because it's
show.
a long time to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It's a
long time for us to focus completely on what you're doing. Isn't it? It's a long time.
No pressure.
No pressure.
I wasn't worried. I'm a little bit worried now.
Good. No, don't worry, Jan, you'll be absolutely fine. We are joined by Jan, and you have been given, well, what is this kit like in your own words, please?
Beautiful. It was so beautiful. The cabochons were gorgeous.
Exceptional, aren't they?
Absolutely exceptional. The quality of them and the colours that you get from them are phenomenal. The strand is phenomenal. The wire is phenomenal. The cubes are phenomenal.
Quite a fan, I think it's safe to say,
like
isn't it, Jan?
My kits today, I've had so much fun working with them. I just love them, absolutely love them.
Now, if you are brand new to us, I'm going to briefly explain what the masterclass is. It's where we spend, depending on what make it is, depending on how long the guest designer wants to do, anywhere between sort of 30 minutes and 45 minutes on a demonstration. And what we do is go step by step through an individual piece. We give you the opportunity to own the components you will need to make the piece, and then you can watch the demonstration here now for free, and then you can recreate said piece but still have pieces left over to make more. This is going to be the piece that we're making today, and I'm in love with it. Tell us about this piece, please, Jan.
I absolutely loved the piece. When I finished with it, I enjoy what I do. I love what I do,
yeah.
And when I'm not. Sometimes you make a piece and you think, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. When I made this, I fell in love with it. I really, really loved it. And that's partly, the gemstone is just so beautiful, and the colours that you get from it, and against that silver wire as well, I think it's just, I think the stone is phenomenal.
It is absolutely exceptional, isn't it? And you can see that quality, it's just abundant, isn't it?
And the different colours you get from them are just, yeah, the quality is outstanding.
And you've made a mammoth amount. Now, I would just like to make you aware of something. I haven't yet brought your graphics live, and that's because it is very important I tell you this one piece of information. It's the weekend. Okay, that's not the important piece of information, I'm sure we already know that. It's the weekend, therefore it's one of our busiest days of the week, and therefore we would expect, in particular for the masterclass, to have one of our highest quantities of kits. Not the case. I have, of this astonishing quality kit, 72. Okay, wow. The graphics are now coming in. I want to forewarn you, you've got everything you need in here to make all of these pieces and more with your own design, and sadly we only can offer that to 72 of you. I mean, look at the amount of quality you have within this amazing kit. I'm really quickly going to fire through it. Okay, I do need to make you aware people are already checking out. People have seen the information on the screen about the cabochons, that we've got AA+ quality on that labradorite. Okay, so that's the quality we've got, that's the beauty we've got. People are therefore already checking out. People are checking out at the price point that they can see, and I will make you aware we haven't actually dropped that price down yet. So the price point that you're seeing, that you're checking out at, now you're thinking to yourself, if you're new, hang on, why are people checking out at £47, let's say? Because if you're going to drop it down, it's because everyone pays the same closing price. Okay, everybody pays that final closing price. So really an opportunity for you to make the most of it, because people are checking out now so that they don't have to elbow everyone out of the way to get this. This is exceptional quality, and we will be bringing this to you guaranteed for under £40. I promise you that. Promise you under 40. So you're going to get a really good price drop on this. So let's talk to you about the quality of this labradorite that you can see here. It is an exceptional array, AA+ grade. That means minimal amount of dead spots. That means lots and lots of colour, and it means you are getting a really wonderful gloss and effect on each and every single one of these. Obviously, when you catch the light on these at different angles, it will give you different amounts of look and detail. I've got 50 of the kit left now. That is hardly any for a weekend. I do greatly apologise. Okay, I've also got in here for you the strand, which is lengthier than I thought it was going to be, actually. Beautiful, really lovely lengthy strand. Nice to see labradorite actually in the rounds too, isn't it?
And it's nice to have the rounds with the cabochon as well, because it means you can do a pendant, but then you can make the necklace to suspend it from as well.
Definitely.
It's lovely to do that.
And you know, you have got the same kind of colours mimicked through each, with those golden blues that you have in the cabochon, so it does really beautifully work with it as well. Of this strand, you can see you're getting your rounds, you're getting a big amount on there. My strand length is around 15.5 inches. I'm so sorry, well, this is nearly sold out. I've got to get that price in. It's rolling in for you. I've not even finished. You ready for this? We're rolling it down. I promised you under £40, and I didn't mean £39.95. Your price point today is £34.95 for you. Gosh. And I haven't even told to you about the new things, which are things like the cubes. Now these are so special in their look. Please tell me about these, Jan.
I love them. I absolutely love them. And it's not the, and I did say this earlier, it's not the sort of thing that I would instantly be drawn towards, but working with them was so great. And it's sort of takes your mind in different directions.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make pieces that made them look really elegant and classic as well. So I did some of sort of the wire swirling with them, and they are just so beautiful. But on the bracelet, just 5 of them on a piece of wire. That looks phenomenal as well.
Really does, doesn't it? Really, really, really does.
They're great.
And what I will say also, which I love, is you're getting loads of wire.
I forgot about the wire. I got so wrapped up with them.
Including the 1.25.
Amazing. It's amazing because it allows you to do things like that adjustable bangle.
Yeah.
And it allows you to make torque necklaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, great addition to your wire stash.
Very, very, very special addition indeed. There's even more of you checking out every single moment. Need to let you know, people with it in their baskets, well, there's a fair few of you, let's be honest. So please, just encouraging you to check out whilst you can. Everyone pays that final closing price. You've also got your 0.8 and you've also got your 0.4. I mean, there's loads in here. Do you know what? We've nearly sold out, and therefore, because we've nearly sold out, I want to say to you, thanks, bye. Seeing, should we crack on with the demo?
That'd be
Shall we? Why not? Why not? Because they've nearly gone. We'll just crack on with the demo, get started. Well done to everyone. Astonishing quality there, I have to say. And if you are going to miss out on that kit, which I know some of you will, I will give you an opportunity to get some spectralite. Well, I'd call it spectralite in a moment or two. So if you do miss out on that labradorite kit, then this and its friends are coming up for you in a moment. So do stay tuned for those. Well done, 21 opportunities left on the kit. Okay, and with you, Jan, we're learning how to create this piece, which I saw instantly went, oh, with Scott earlier on, and just don't really want to take it off. Tell us whereabouts we're going to start. Let me get this in the centre.
We're going to start by actually capturing the cabochon firstly.
Okay.
And then we go on from that and add the detail to it.
Okay.
So it's the cabochon sort of capturing that first that we're going to do.
Perfect. Great stuff.
Okay, look. So I used the 0.8 in the kit. The 1.25 for me to do this and to get that flow was too strong.
Too strong. Yeah.
Great for like bangles and great for your talks and great for other things. But for me, the 0.8 is my go-to when I'm doing this sort of wrap. Okay. So what we need 3 lengths of the 0.8. And obviously it depends what gemstone you're going to be using as to the length of them. So what you will need, take your gemstone and take a piece of wire and measure around, sort of roughly around, and then you've got sections either side that you want to wrap.
Okay.
So that's how we're going to do the measuring of it. You need to go around it, and then you need enough for the side sections. Okay. So then we're going to do a nice wrap on here. And I did, I'm sorry, but I really don't know the name of it. I call it the zigzag wrap, where it goes up in steps and down in steps.
Yeah. I do know the name for that as well, but it's completely escaped me.
But you can do whatever wrap you want. As long as you've got the three sections of wire, the 3 pieces of wire, doesn't really matter what wrap you do. Okay? But what we're looking at creating is this. So this is the wrap that I've done. So you get that sort of zigzaggy sort of effect to it. And I like it because it allows you then to shape the wire, because it's not too tight really.
Great.
So whatever wrap you do, just make sure it's quite an open wrap, so you've got spaces in between, because we are going to stitch onto it a bit later. Okay. So to start that and to create that, you'll need your 3 pieces of your 0.8. You'll need a length of the 0.4. Now, you can go with the natural bend of the wire. Don't sort of fight against it. And in this case, it's a round, so we want it to be sort of quite round. So I'm going to take the 0.4, and you could start in the middle and wrap one way and then go the other, or you can go in the one direction all the way around. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to wrap around the first one 3 times. So that's 1, 2, and I've got my original wrap there, so that's 3. Whoops, pull that out of the way. There. So now we've got our wrapped around 3 times, and the wire is coming towards me.
Got you.
So I'm going to pop the next piece of wire in there. but we need to go underneath that. Okay, so I'm going to hold that little towel, just hold it in straight, and then we're going to go around this section 3 times. Now, rather than just pulling the wire around and pulling it, you see that that's going to be quite hard to get a nice neat wrap on that. So what I'm going to do is when I bring it round, over exaggerate that wrap and then go through, and it makes it easier, and then go through, and it makes it easier then to get that nice neat wrap. So we've got round that 3 times and we're back at the front. So we're now adding in our 3rd piece of wire, and then we're going to go around that, and again over exaggerate that bend and then go round. It just makes it easier to get that, otherwise you know you're going to get an open wrap and it's not as neat. So that's our first 3. Right, so now what we're going to do is go back. So now we've got 3 wraps on the bottom, we're going to go back to the middle one. So I'm going to come round and wrap around that one 3 times. So again, over exaggerating it just so it makes it easier for you when you're wrapping. Whoops. The only thing is, because you've got the 3, you just have to try and work between them. So we've got 3 there.
I see.
So we've got our 3, and now we're at the back, so now we can wrap onto our first one that we did. So you just really repeat that.
You're so good at explaining things, Jam.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
I hope so. I hope it's clear.
Yeah, it really is.
So then you've got that V shape, and then if you repeat that, you end up with that zigzag shape.
So we do it for the length of the cab, don't we?
We do it for as long as we need to go around. If I show you this one, as long as we need, we do keep doing it so that we go all the way around, and so that these points will almost meet here.
Okay.
So once we've done that and we've got enough, I've actually left those on. I'll leave those on for now, just until we know what we're going to do. So now what we need to do is actually wrap that around the cabochon.
Yeah.
So literally hold it onto your bench or something, and bring that around that way. And then the other one, bring it around that way. And you see they almost meet.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to cut that one off because I don't think we're going to need that. And we can always add back in if we do, but for the purposes of the demonstration, they might be a bit distracting. So I'll cut those off. Right. And actually, I shouldn't have cut it off. I've just remembered why. So what we need to do is just measure it so that we know that's going to meet.
Got you.
Just there. Okay. But now what we want to do, we want to interlace those like your fingers sort of going like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up again, straighten those out, and just space them out slightly. Okay. So now we've got the back one. So this back one here will go in between there. So don't worry if it bends it a little bit, we can always straighten it out. The middle one then will go in between that one. So now you see that they're sort of woven together there. Okay. So now we'll pop it back onto the cabochon and bring those around that way. Pull that way, and then pull that way. Okay, so we know that that's going to fit just nicely as it is there. Okay.
Okay.
So now, if you hadn't cut off that little bit, we could use that to tie it on with. But what I'm going to do...
You can add in a little bit more,
I can just add another
you?
little bit into
Whilst
it.
you're adding it in and we're pretending she never cut that off, I'm going to bring to you, because I've only got 6 of this left, and I have been told, did you say 18 in basket, something like that? So please do check it out. If you did miss out, or you're going to be one of the people of that 18 who wanted it that are going to miss out, I have got an alternative to the cabs. If you want the cabochons, but maybe you missed out on the kit. Now, what I will say is, I'll be honest with you, I don't understand why this isn't called Spectralite, because it's giving me that colour. I'm glad it's not, because you'd be paying probably Jewellery Maker price an extra tenner if it was. But I think everyone can see exactly what I mean, can't you?
Wow.
Let me show you another. Purple. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Wow, look at that.
That is my favourite. That's my favourite colour. That is my favourite colour of your Spectralite or of your Labradorite. And look at how much you've got in there. Look at how much you've got in there. Do you see it? Why that's my favourite colour in Labradorescence? I just think it's mesmerising. I really, really do. Let me show you another. Ah. Oh, mystical.
Wow.
Now this is graded labradorite, as you can see, and you can tell why it is because of the amount of colours you're getting within there, and because of the lack of dead spots. You're getting very few dead spots in this, very, very few indeed. You have got a couple, which you can see here, which I actually really like it. I think it adds interest. It's, even when it looks dull, as in you can't see the labradorescence, it kind of adds interest. And then to get that woo, it kind of really grabs your attention, doesn't it? So I don't actually mind a few dead spots. You wouldn't obviously get that in a much higher grade. But you have got a little bit in here which goes to show how real it is, how natural it is. If you want to treat yourself to these today, why don't you? Big carat weight, 120 carats worth. And we're going to bring this genuine labradorite for you at a great deal. It's £27.95. So come on in, get it whilst you can. A big, 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 big amount of colour at a very low price. I can't think of a time I've seen this amount of colours actually in something like this. Does everyone see now why I would be calling this spectralite and why I would expect this to be at Jewellery Maker prices about 10, that's a total understatement, let's say about £15 more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at all the colours in there, you know, that they've got those purples, coppers, blues. You can see like hints of green and all sorts of colours in there, can't you?
Mesmerising, isn't it?
So beautiful.
Well done, very popular indeed at £27.95. Okay, so we've added in the wire.
Yes, so
that we don't need to add in. We just pretended that we didn't.
So when I said
off.
I cut it off just for the ease of the demonstration,
it made it more difficult, if anything.
Yeah, something like that.
Story of my life, Jam.
So, and we will actually need to keep that on because we are going to weave on the arms of this. So don't cut it off.
Okay.
Just ignore everything I said.
Will do.
So what we're going to do actually is bring these together. This section.
Nice quality labradorite, that one.
Beautiful, isn't it?
That's from the kit, by the way, which we have 8 left of, 6 or 6. I think it was 6 at the bottom of the screen if you do want.
Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this together, and then the two front ones that we've got here, I'm going to bring those to the back.
Okay.
And the same with that one there. So now we've got two of those across the back. So I'm just going to shape that up again because I'm holding that, I've actually pulled that out of shape.
Okay.
So now I'm just going to sit that back down, give it a bit of a squeeze so that it's got the shape back, so that's fine. Now the wire that we've not cut off or added in, we're just going to bring those arms up because these are going to be the actual detail that we attach it to your chain or whatever. So we're going to take one of the wires and wrap it around both lots of them, and if you do that while you're sort of holding that together, that will secure that and make sure that's not going to open up.
Okay.
And now while you've got it, rather than letting that go, just start. We're going to sort of open these out and have one further down and one up a little bit. So now we've got our wire here, our working wire, and we're going to actually use that then to weave along here. But for now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to wrap around there a couple of times just to secure that so we know that that's in place. Okay? So now to set the stone into that shape. If we turn it over, we've got our little sort of base there to sit the gemstone into. But you see that's moving a little bit there. So what I'm going to do is squeeze it back together, and I'm going to wrap it over the other side around one of these, and that will just stop that section from opening up and making it too large for the cabochon. Okay, so that's fine. So now we're going to squeeze that cabochon in there. That cabochon's going to sit nicely there. And now we've brought over the two front sections. So I'm going to hold that and bring over one of them over that way.
Okay.
And bring the other one over.
Got you.
I can't really remember what sort of shape I did at the back.
Do you want me to show you, Jam?
No, it's okay. Oh yeah, okay, yes. Thank you for that little flash.
Jan, you'll give me an A.
I feel much better now.
Is this for that hairy nose comment?
Yeah, get me own back. Right, so what we're going to do, our cabochon is going to sit just in there. But obviously, if we leave that, it's going to fall out. So what we need to do is, using these two sections here, I'm actually going to shape that around. You want to come down, you know, a good way, and then bend it back on itself, and we're going to follow that shape of that cabochon around there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that, then we're going to stitch that in, and that's going to hold that in place. So now I'm going to do exactly the same with the other one. And if you pop your finger on there, the warmth from your finger actually will help you do that. So we've got those shapes there. Okay. That's our weaving wire there, so we need to leave that where it is. I'm going to take another section of the 0.4, and I'm literally going to take the stone out just for now. I'm going to wrap on, actually if I wrap it here, onto this section that we've just shaped around. There we go. And then what we need to do is start stitching that. So we're going to come through, if I pop that back in you'll be able to see it a bit better. What we need to do now is stitch along this section here to hold the cabochon in place. Okay, we're going to take our wire, I'm going to hold the little tail that I've created there.
Okay.
And it's come off. Let me start that again.
Okay.
See, it's pressure, that's what it is.
Don't worry, you're doing really well for your first time. If this was your second time, obviously I'd be fuming, but
You are funny.
Oh, thanks, Jan. Glad you think so.
I was joking.
All right, cool.
Right, okay. So
you're funny too.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
And modest.
Yeah, always, always. Right, so now, oh goodness me, Jan, keep it together. Actually, I'm going to put it down on the desk if that's okay.
No problem.
Might just be easier. Actually, it might be easier for people to see as well. Okay. So we wrapped around this section that we've bent back.
Okay.
And now to attach that and to keep the cabochon in place, what I need to do is wrap around the frame. So we're catching the back part of the frame, and then we're coming up through there, through the wire that we've just created. The shape rather, and you just do that and stitch that on. So we need to go through that a few times just by catching that top frame there and stitching it to the top section of the wire. And I'm going to go back out and do that one again. You know, I said I was good at explaining things.
You are really good at explaining things, Jan.
I think that just went out the window.
No, it didn't. I'm following.
There we go. Right, so what I would do is I'd wrap a little bit on that side, and then just to make it easier for myself, I'll turn it around, and I'll take another piece. If I cut that off, we don't need lots of it.
This will be 0.4 again.
This is the 0.4, and I'm going to just wrap it onto there, slide it down, pop that back in. Right, there we go. Might be able to see it a bit better on this side. It really is an easy way of capturing a cabochon. So again, what we're going to do is stitch that to that frame. So catch that top wire there and stitch it to there. So that's, I'm going to do that a few times just to make sure that that is secure there.
Got you.
Okay. So do that a few times there on that side. And there we go, and then a few more times on the other side. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to cut these sections off here, the little tails that I've got. I'm going to snip those off, get them out of the way. There we go. Right, so now we've got these sort of stitched in a little way. I'll just do one more little stitch there. Okay, so now we've got that little stitch. That cabochon's not going to drop out at the bottom, and it's held at the sides. So what I would do is I would stitch up a little bit more along the top. I'm going to bring that over And then I'm going to snip that, just so we can recreate a little swirl there. I'm just going to pop my round nose pliers in there and make just a little bit of a loop there. A little bit of a loop there, so we can stitch along there and then we can attach it to there. So I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side. You'll come across, just cut it enough so that you've got enough to create a little loop. Actually, I'm going to push that over a little bit. That's better. And then again, I'm going to pop my pliers in there and create another loop. On that side. And what that will do, hopefully, once all that is stitched in, that will hold that that gemstone into place there.
Perfect.
We can tighten this little bit up a little bit here when we actually do the weaving across there. So if I can just do, I'll just do a couple more little bits of wrapping here, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. I tell you what, whilst you do that, how about I bring this stunning piece that Jan has made? I've made a slight addition.
Looks beautiful with it.
I think it really does work nicely with it, actually, doesn't it? What do you think? This is Jan's piece made by the cubes. Can you see what I've done? I've added the actual necklace chain to this. What do you think?
I think that looks lovely.
That works so well with your wire and those cubes. It's almost unignorable, isn't it?
It's a real sparkle to that chain, isn't there?
Serious amount of sparkle, huge amount of sparkle, because it's genuine silver over the top.
Amazing.
It's real silver that we've got over the top. Now, this chain has got the heart design, unlike the leaves that we did earlier on. What do you like about these, please?
I love the way you've got the heart and then you've got that swirl in the middle of it. It's really, really, really beautiful. And just like we said before about the other one, about the leaf one, having them as charms would be great. Just having one of those on a bracelet would look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Looks sensational, won't it? Really give an interesting look. I love the addition of this to your kit because it does work. Because the cubes has such a big surface area and that gives a big impact. The entire chain does very much the same thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the chain on its own is impact, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolute
Beautiful.
impact. Now let me show you this chain by itself. It is a whole meter's worth of waterfall, sparkle, beauty and quality, which you have the opportunity to own. Very quirky individual hearts, 2 hearts dropping from every single link of chain. Every element of this plated in silver, genuine silver, not a pen that I've got and coloured them in, not an emulsion that I've got, genuine silver. Every single one, which is why you get this sparkle, but you also get this fluidity. Sparkle and fluidity together mean an eye-catching beauty that can never, ever, ever be ignored. It is astonishing in its look. £17.95. Get the final 100 or so whilst you have the opportunity, because it is very individual, it is very unique, but it does have a beautiful look. Do it as a belt, use it as a necklace. I like the idea of like 1920s headband
Beautiful.
piece. I think it's kind of quite nice, a little bit Gatsby. You could do absolutely loads with these, you truly, truly can. And it is chain at the heart, so if you want to, just to let you know, the loops are so big on it, you can add other drops to this if you want to, so make what you will of it, but all I will say is, I mean, if you just imagined I was just wearing this as a bracelet, you wouldn't be able to ignore it, would you?
No.
It's
no,
exceptional.
It catches the light, it catches your eye, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Beautiful.
And big enough loops for you to make it easy to add clasps on, so well done. Okay, Jan, I've let you have a little bit of a sew with the wire.
Right, so what I've done is I've taken the 0.4, and you have to excuse this isn't in the centre, so what I would have tried to do is get this little section here centralised, so that you've got an even swirl on both sides.
You can hardly tell, to be honest, Jan, but...
No, but I know it's not quite.
You are a pernickety crafter, aren't you? And that's why we love you.
Right,
Excellence at every turn, Jan.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Right, so what we do now, what I've done now is I've added a piece of the 0.4 to this section just here, which has brought those two pieces together. So it stabilises those there and stops the stone from sort of coming out at that point. Okay, so what we've got now, we've got these 2 loops. So what I would do is I'd probably spend some time and do some nice weave along there. So you've got a nice tight weave there. And then when you get to the section where the loops are, capture the loop in there.
In the little eye, if you will.
Go through the little eye of that loop and bring it up. And as you pull that, it will pull that together there.
Yeah,
so this is all nice and tight and you know, locked in place there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to pass that back through, if I can get sort of, actually you could go through there, back through the other eye, and then through there. I'm going to pull that through. I might need some pliers just to pull that. There. So pull that through that side, and that pulls that one in as well. So then what you need to do then is just wrap it around one of the sides of your wire here, just to secure that in place. So I'd spend some time then just wrapping it around there, just to make sure that that's nice and secure. Okay, so then you can cut off that section that you've got. So hopefully yours would be centralised. You'd have a loop on either side, stitched along the frame here, which is going to stop the gemstone from falling out.
Always good.
And and then along the centre there, just to stabilise everything and pull everything into place. So it's all stitched together there, so you know that gemstone hopefully is not going to sort of come out of place. So if I turn that over, we can see now, if I just push that down into place, tidy that up a little bit, we've got that gemstone is secured in place there, and you've got that nice detail around it. And because we've done this sort of weave as well, where we've stitched on, you can't really see it. It sort of blends in.
Yeah, you're right.
Blends in with the weave.
It does.
So now, what we need to do now is decide what we want to do with that pendant. I could have easily just made a bail with these 4, a simple bail, and put it onto a torque. But I wanted something to get a bit more sort of dramatic. So I wanted to bring the wires back across the gemstone. So what I did is I did a little weave on both sides. So what I'll do here, and what we need to do with this is separate these out. So we've got a top wire and a bottom wire on both sides. Okay, actually going to bring that back round. So now I'm going to start weaving on this side here.
Okay.
So what I did, can I just have a look at your décolletage?
Don't have to ask twice.
Right, so again, you can do any wrap you want. And now I've put that one on the bottom, but now looking at it, if you look at the wire, it actually wants to sit on the top. So it's look at the piece that you're making, and sometimes it will dictate to you which direction you're going.
Okay.
So I've swapped those over now, so we've got a top and a bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap 5 times around the bottom one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 there. Okay, so squidge those up so they're nice and neat, and then come back round to the front, bring those wires together, and then wrap around both of them 3 times. 1, 2 and 3, and you're back at the front again. Okay, so now 5 times on the bottom one, but again you can do whichever weave you want. You can do anything really. So these are just the weaves that I decided to use, but you can do anything. So then that's 3 around again, 1, 2 and 3, and then 5 around the bottom one. So all you need to do now is continue that for as long as you want to make your loop that's going to attach to your torque necklace.
So I suppose that's how dramatic, in essence, you want it.
Yeah, and if you want a sort of a longer section here, obviously you'll need more wire at this point here. But for the demo, we're going to actually do, because I've left the wire quite short, we're going to do just a short section. So I'll just do a couple more, 2, 3. And what I'll do is I'll finish this side in its entirety, and all you need to do then is repeat that, obviously, on the other side. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, and then we'll finish it off with a 3. 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so that, I'll just do it to, oh, actually I'll do a little bit more because it will look a bit odd, if that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 and one more, and that will do it. Okay, so now actually if you finish on the wrap that just around the one wire, when you turn it over you'll see the wire then is coming out at the back, and that gives you a nice point to snip off at, because you can get right in there with your flush cutters or your cutters and cut that off, and there's no sort of sharp edges to it. So that's just a nice way of finishing that off. Okay, so what I would do is I would do exactly the same then, and again that's told me it wants to be on the top. I would do exactly the same on that side, so we've got a mirror image, and then what we need to do is decide how we want this to attach to a torque or whatever. So with mine, what I did a little loop and then came back across here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the same again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just put my finger behind and on the top, and that will warm the wire, but do it in small movements. Don't do it all at once because you won't get a smooth sort of loop. So just keep moving that around. And there, so just small movements. So we've got that nice loop shape there. Now you can pull that in and make it a bit smaller if you want to. But now what that means is we've got these two wires here which can come across the front of the cabochon and add that detail just there. And obviously when you do the same on the others will come across in the other direction. So if I just imagine that we've done that wrap, that weave in here, and it probably won't hold together. If I just put a bit of wire on there just to make it look as if it's wrapped in the same sort of length. Right, I'm snipping those off. Right, so now I would do the same, and what I need to do now is to try and mirror that on that side. So I'm going to do exactly the same, small movements, warming that wire with my fingers so that you get a nice smooth movement. I need to bring that down a little bit further because it's a bit too up in the air. There we go. So that one is about even, and again these will come across that way.
Okay, I see.
Right. So what I wanted to do then is we'll get these out of the way for now. We'll do one at a time. So I'm going to take the back one from this side, and I'm going to take it over the top and decide where I want that to be. So I'm happy with that there. So I'm then going to kink that back, turn it over. Now what you can do, you could make a little loop and stitch it to that frame.
Okay.
Or what you can do, because we've got that loop there, cut it, but allow yourself enough wire to take your round nose pliers in and make a little loop to capture around that frame. So it's captured it around that frame, and you can actually tighten that up a little bit. There. So now that's in place. If I turn it over, that wire's in place. So I've done the inside one on that side. So I'm going to do the inside one on this side and just get those even and kink that over. Cut that and do the same on this side. And go in the same direction. So this one I've wrapped down towards the bottom of the pendant. So do this one in exactly the same way, because that will affect the way the wire comes around here. So if I do it in the opposite direction, the wire will move down, if that makes sense.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
So I'm actually going to just do that and try and capture that. If you can't get it under the wire, just take your finger and lift that wire up slightly. Or you can take some pliers, just lift that just slightly to get that underneath. and then curl it round. Okay, so we know that that's gone underneath and that's captured. Okay, so we've done the one side, second side, and then we just repeat that in whatever sort of format that you want really. So now I want that sort of open. I might open that a little bit more. So I would just do exactly the same in that format. So I'll come over this side. I'll just do this quickly. Right, so I'm going to cut that actually at that point there, and I'm going to wrap that around that bottom section there. So that's on there. And then the last one is going to come across, and I want it to match up, so you make sure that both sides are sort of pretty even. So I'm going to have that one there. Turn it over. Just make sure you're in the right place before you cut off the wire, because you want to make sure you've got enough. There we go. Back there. I'm going to cut that off, and because we're away from the frame here, I'm going to use the actual frame of the pendant that's holding the pendant in place again, and I'm going to wrap that around. So that's captured there, and that's how we create that detail there. And then to drop it onto the torque necklace, because these are flat, the torque necklace, if I get a piece of wire, I get a piece of the 0.25, I'll show you.
Of which you got in the kit. We've now, with everyone that's checked out, apparently got 3 left. So good luck if you do want them.
Right, so...
oh, excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Sorry.
To get that onto a torque necklace, you could leave it like that and add jump rings. So
Yeah.
but I wanted this to go straight onto the torque necklace. So what I did is I got some pliers and just held that and just gave it a little bit of a twist. So we've got that detail there. And in the other side, twist in the opposite direction. So that's sort of leaning back a little way. And then that allows you to put the torque through. Whoops. Put the torque through, and it sits just nicely on that torque then, rather than adding chain. So that's it, that's better. So that's how I did it, to attach it to the torque.
I think that is such an exceptional piece. Obviously, that's why I don't want to take it off. Thank you so much for showing us that. Jan, how was your first masterclass?
Yeah, it was good.
You did very well, my love.
Thank
You did really, really, really well. Thank you so much for showing us that.
You're
We've had
welcome.
loads of people messaging, loving all of your pieces.
Thank
And do
you.
not forget, final few on this kit. There's absolutely loads and loads and loads of pieces that Jan's made. And we will put pictures of all of them up on Facebook for you. And don't forget, if you've just tuned in, you want to treat yourself to the kit, you wanted to see exactly how to make this piece, you can watch it back at your leisure on YouTube. Jan, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Don't go anywhere, because I need you right here for my star. Bye! Okay, this is a biggie, and I mean that in a numerous ways. Big, lustrous, glossy gemstone in a lengthy way. Mammoth amount of your spanel. Look at how glossy and interesting and lustrous this is. And boy, there's loads of it. Now this is glossy, 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 gorgeous, 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 genuine, real deal gemstone. And I have to say, I think it needs to be felt to be believed. So Jam, do you want to come over here and have a little touch-a-roo, if you don't mind? I want you to give a hold of that and just feel how weighty and lustrous and beautiful that is.
It is, isn't it?
Do you want to go and have a look at it under the light over there as well?
Can I?
Yeah, go on.
Give it me then.
No, you keep walking.
Oh, you want me to take it with me?
Yes, please, Jan. You keep going, my love. No need to stop there.
Oh my goodness.
Keep going. Hang on, hang on. I've reached a tangle point. Hang on. Hang on. No, you keep going, Jan. You keep going.
That's
need.
major.
How? And this has got a knot in it. Let me take that out. Arm up, Jan. Arm up.
Whoa.
Look at the length of this strand of spanel. Jan, what are you thinking about this, my love?
I think you could skip with that, couldn't you?
You really could, couldn't you?
That's
you really
amazing.
could. This is a huge
I've got
amount.
one question for you though.
Go ahead.
How many are there on a strand? I thought you might count that.
You think you're hilarious, don't you, Jam? And so do I.
Do you want this back now?
No, not at the moment.
Good.
I want an idea of exactly. Look at the sparkle on that. What would you be doing with something like this, please, Jam?
I think it'd be a great addition to that kit if you got that kit, because I think with the labradorite it would look beautiful, because you could use that as a necklace to suspend the pendants from, which would look beautiful.
Yeah, yeah,
It'd
yeah.
be great rosary linked, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Do some rosary linking would look gorgeous.
Yeah.
But you could do anything with it.
Yeah.
You can make rings with it, bracelets, just maybe 5 of them on a head pin as earrings.
Yeah.
Would look
Stunning, wouldn't it?
absolutely beautiful.
Right, Jan, give it back, because I've got to
I
show
don't want
everyone.
to,
Well,
no.
it's tough, isn't it?
Wanna?
Don't tug of war with me, Jan. I will win. Thanks, Jan. I'm
scared
just
me
gonna.
then.
Will you?
Yeah, your face
so.
is like,
Let's have a look. Look at this huge amount of genuine gemstone I've got here. Yes, it's spanel, therefore yes, we love it. Yes, it is. I mean bracelets. Can I just ask you something? When I see things like this, I think memory wire bracelet straight away. It's spanel. Let's say I did a single loop memory wire bracelet with something like this. What would be your tip on maybe where to sell it, and what would your kind of price point be?
well, obviously, it depends where you're selling. But these are the sort of things. I mean, I would sell in my hotel that I sell in.
Yeah.
You know, they would go crazy for like a spanel bracelet. It was maybe just one pearl in the centre of them.
Yeah.
Or one gemstone in the centre. But if you just use spanel on memory wire, I'd be looking about £15.
£15?
Yeah.
Right, so
Got
I've
to
got, maths ain't a strong point, but 15, 30, 60 there, another one, 60, 70, 80, 90 there. Basically, I've run out of arm, Jan. I'll be completely honest with you. I've done a ridiculous... I wouldn't wear this much. I just wouldn't. The tan lines, for a starters, would be a nightmare. But you have got money here.
Yeah.
If we're saying £30 for a memory wire bracelet of something like spanel, completely and absolutely understandable, then realistically, and I will measure this out for you to give you an idea of the amount we're getting. Here's 1 metre. 1 metre. That means 2 metres. Hang on. 2 metres. And wait, I've got some more left here. Loads more left. Okay, I'm looking at approximately, well, my strand is 263 centimetres long. That's over 2.5 metres.
Have you done strands that long before?
Oh, it doesn't ring a bell.
I don't. I know
Doesn't ring a
we've
bell.
had sort of metre lengths and
Metres,
things, but
yeah.
I've not seen a strand that long. That's beautiful spanel. You know, it's a beautiful gemstone as well. Gorgeous.
Yeah. You are not serious. Okay, whoa. Phone pickup needs to happen. You know how you trusted me earlier on with that sapphire that I gave you at £61 discount on or whatever? Okay, bracelet. £30, one bracelet. I did £100 worth over that, way over £100 worth, if that were the case, and had a massive amount left. You ready for this? I could not believe this price point if you told me it's 7 times over. 3, 2, £14.95 for over. I've got 263 centimetres worth here. All that I can say is that Jan didn't even do her I'm about to give you a smooch face. She did the face that, no offence, my dog does, and I bet your dog does it too, when it hears a weird noise and it goes like that. Yeah. That's the look. You did the head tilt then and the confusion face.
Yeah.
That is not what I expected. You?
No. Because even if we had a metre length of it at that price, I would think that was a phenomenal price.
Yeah.
But to get so much Of that quality of spanel.
I mean,
it's so beautiful as
exactly,
well.
you felt it,
Yeah.
haven't you? I mean, look, it just goes on and on. I mean, it's so much you could make here. It is...
It's a stash on its own, isn't it?
670 carats worth. That is huge amount, isn't it? I cannot get over that. Oh, well, the phone lines have gone absolutely loop-de-loo round the twizzle, and it does not surprise me whatsoever. I think this is a very, 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 very rare and special opportunity for you to get your hands on a nugget strand like this. Looking at some of the drill holes intermittently now, decent-sized drill holes on these ones, I have to say. Hi all, I received my spanel, all 670 carats, and was skipping around the kitchen with it, literally. Oh, no name, I see. Oh, I see. Literally skipping around the kitchen.
You could skip with that.
With spanel.
Easily.
Of course you could.
Wow.
Of course you could. You know what, with this amount, you could even do that thing you used to do as a kid, where you and your friends stand across from each other, put it around your legs, and you do the jump in, jump out thing, couldn't you? You could. Another favourite playground game. Or that one where you put the hula hoop thing around your foot and you do that with your foot and then you jump over with the other. Really bad impression of how that works.
But you could do that.
You could. OMG. Mandy, 5p a centimetre. Should we see how much it is? How many you get for a centimetre as well? Let's have a look. There you are. Do you know what? I'm being a bit stingy there. That's just under a centimetre, but, you know, a rather... Oh, look at that. So, if I'm getting about 4 in a centimetre, for 263 approximately centimetres in total, it's 4 times 263, isn't it? Which I could do the maths on, but you know what? I don't want you at home to miss out on that opportunity to do that math. So you enjoy doing that. I don't want you to take that moment away from you. I've got way over 100 of these ones gone and gone. With the pearls that I did for you earlier on and the black tourmaline.
Perfect.
Yeah?
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a good collection, isn't it? That's going to add a certain something, isn't it? Oh, with the Guardian bales. Oh, that reminds me. Did I give you, or did someone else give you those sterling silver spacers?
I was waiting for that. Yeah. Do you want to borrow one?
What? No, I don't want to borrow one. I was just checking that we had.
Yeah, I've got them.
It said that you can crack on with that ring that I know you wanted to make.
Oh yeah, ring. Forgot about that.
Don't you pretend you've forgotten. Do not even joke with me. Oh, what about with the natural Zambian emerald that I did for you earlier on? Mandy, you're so good. Roughly, good. You've got to be rough about it, haven't you? Roughly, on the strands, 1,052 individual gemstones. Mandy, I'm calling you Mathematical Mandy from now on. That is obviously the number that was on the tip of my tongue, Mandy, and I didn't want to deprive you of that maths yourself. But that is a huge amount of gemstones.
I was actually going to say that, but I thought, well, you know, I don't want to show off my mathematical prowess.
No. And that's one thing I'd always say about you, Jan.
Yeah.
Mathematical skill up here, and very much, you know, modesty.
Modest, yeah.
Yeah, modesty.
At every turn. But that many gemstones for that price.
Yeah.
That quality.
Yeah. That would be about, 30 trees of life or something ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Gosh, imagine that.
Something. Anyway, I've got to go because we've got to go to a break in 10 seconds. After said break, Burmese sapphire is here. You're going to love it, I'm going to love it, and we're all going to own it. See you then.
I like working with Kamihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which Jewellery Maker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making kamihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making kamihimo.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I think the new magazine's absolutely fantastic. At the minute, our customers can watch us when they're at home on television. They can watch us whilst they're sitting down having a cup of tea or doing the housework. You can watch us when you're at work, working away on the computer. You can sneakily have a little sneak peek, which is great. And also with things like the app, it means that you can watch us when you're out, so when you're shopping. But the great thing about the magazine is you can get the magazine delivered directly to your home, which is brilliant because you can take the magazine with you everywhere. So you can take it on those long car journeys, you can take it with you on holiday if you want to. It's absolutely fantastic. And I'm so proud of the Jewellery Maker team for what they've achieved so far. They've worked so hard.
A deal of the day with serious integrity, graded and understandably so. Your graphics are about to come in,
for our deal of the day, Tanzanite. Take a look. It's beautiful. Your graphics are in AA grade Tanzanite in rondelles which sparkle unlike many others. The richness of this is abundant, and that hand in hand with the amount of clarity and dispersion actually from this gem strand, just epic. A really glorious look and effect to really captivate one and all. Tanzanite has been a bit of a pain for us recently, I'll be honest with you. We all know that there was mine closures. Do you remember I told you earlier on in the year there was mine closures in different areas because essentially the government, let's say, reappointed a Mineral Act of 2005 for that region. And the Mineral Act of 2005 basically outlined that well, lots of different individual things to do with, you know, amounts of yields that the individual locations were getting, etc. But it also, the Mineral Act of 2005 kind of outlined in particular pieces of paperwork and legislation and mining contracts, let's say, and licenses that every person needed. The government basically decided to really bring that into the forefront a few months ago, which instead of kind of doing it little by little, they decided to put a full mine closure on this particular area of mining Tanzanite. And we're feeling the effects of that now because it didn't just take a few days. It wasn't a few days to go through to these individual locations. It took quite some time. So we are feeling the effect on it. In particular on graded quality like this, we're seeing higher and higher price points because there was that halt in the market essentially. It's just like we're seeing with sterling silver at the moment. Now, when you have a graded quality like this, you have something to be treasured and something to behold. For it to be graded as a AA, you're going to be wanting to get a richness of your blue hues from this. There are elements of pinks in here. You can see elements of a very gentle and delicate pink in here, but you've most certainly got that predominant blue hue coming through, and that's what we are looking for. You're looking for a violetish blue in your top grade Tanzanite as opposed to your bluish violet. So this for me is definitely VB quality Tanzanite. And when you have a AA alongside that, you have status and you have it in a trusted manner. Because of course you can get your authenticity with this. I would encourage you to do so, in particular if you're selling your pieces on. And on that authenticity it will state that it is AA grade. I'm joined today by Jan. Jan, you love your high-end gemstones. I need to know what it is about AA grade Tanzanite like this one here that gets your attention.
Well, it's when you say the grading, isn't it? It just screams quality, doesn't it? And then you hear that, you hear the grading and the Tanzanite, and then you see it and you look at it and see how beautiful it is. And the thing is, if you as a jewellery maker are looking at it and getting excited about it and think it's beautiful, then people that are looking at your piece of jewellery are going to have that same reaction, aren't they?
You're right.
So the higher the quality that you can afford,
yeah,
then the more impact and the more wow factor your jewellery's going to have, isn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wow factor is one.
Yeah.
And this most certainly has it.
Definitely, yeah.
Now, this is a treat that we brought to you, and it should have been 56, did you say? £56.90. Now that for a AA grade Tanzanite, very good. The fact that I'm adding these to it, a 100 sterling silver pieces and your spacers, that is very good deal at £56.95. That's very special, isn't it, Jan?
It is when you start
For
adding.
100.
You've got that beautiful gemstone, and then you've got that precious metal in there as well. It's just phenomenal.
A phenomenal deal. It didn't stay at that price though. £57. Good.
Yeah.
Good. It's not going to be that price point for you today though, which actually, if you look at some of the pieces that lovely Sue, Smiley Face Sue, has made, I mean, with sterling silver, bear in mind, you would easily expect, very easily expect, you know, £57 for this piece alone, no?
Yeah.
In a high-end shop?
Yeah, definitely.
And you know, the likes of your earrings and your bracelet as well.
That's so pretty, aren't they?
Really pretty. But again, high-end price.
Yeah.
We rolled it down for you. You ready? Your price point today. We rolled it down to just £34.95 on your genuine, real deal, beautiful high-end Tanzanite. AA grade with 100 pieces of sterling silver. I think they go hand in hand because Tanzanite of this quality demands the good silver, doesn't it?
Definitely does, and it commands that you use it, really.
Yeah.
And for me, that price, those earrings, I'd sell for more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, understandably. A really, really great deal.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
I would absolutely love and adore this. What would you do with a strand like this, you personally?
I mean, I do buy a lot of Tanzanite and a lot of the high-end gemstones to go with my pearls, but those earrings, as they are there, clusters into earrings and necklaces and pendants. I think that's what I'd probably do.
Yeah.
I'd probably actually buy more than one.
Yeah.
And I'd use one for interspersing with my pearls, and then I'd use one then for my wire work and my pieces like this, yeah.
Beautiful idea.
Yeah.
I think this is astonishing for something which was discovered by accident. It wasn't meant to be discovered, it was discovered by a fluke essentially. I think it's phenomenal that we have got our hands on it and that it is as famous as it is and that it is as beautiful and has been taken to, you know, the world's heart, as it were, the gem world's heart so much, and we're still able to bring you this amount of this quality at that price. It's a great deal. Well done to one and all. A very special deal on that. From one treat to another. I need to make you aware this is one of the top 4. And when it comes to location, it's one of the top 2 for most. Star by. Okay. This is a very, very special strand that I'm bringing to you now. I just want to say the word sapphire to you. When I say sapphire to you, Jan, what comes into your mind? What do you imagine? What do you sense?
Well, first of all, I sense it's going to be beautiful because sapphire is beautiful. It's going to be high end because when I speak about sapphire, it's high end.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to make. For me, I start thinking then, your mind starts racing, sort of, you know, what sort of pieces you're going to be making and, you know, what direction you're going to go in. So when you hear just the name, it's amazing how just that word can conjure up lots and lots of different thoughts. It can get your design brain thinking.
You're right.
And it just gets you excited.
You're right.
Yeah.
I've got a very special one for you here, which for many is... Most people love a cashmere. A cashmere sapphire is the one that a lot of us will go for. For many connoisseurs, the only step down from that would be this one. So this is essentially, for most, your kind of penultimate quality of sapphire. One thing that I adore about this that cashmere doesn't give me in its sapphire is obviously you know, a bit of an affordability. This is a high-end strand, obviously, but at least a bit of an affordability for a cashmere sapphire to get it at this carat weight. I would literally have to consider remortgaging my house with the stakes as they are at the moment, if I did want to own it that badly. With this strand that I have for you here that I wouldn't expect from a cashmere is the sparkle, the scintillation. I'm wishing you all luck. This has got to be the most high shine I've seen. Genuine Burmese sapphire. Burma gives us some of the most loved gemstones in the world. The likes of your jadeite, which is unrivaled by many, and the likes of your Burmese sapphire doing the exact same thing. Look at the amount of sparkle and intrigue you've got on this. It's true scintillation. The way in which this bends that light is phenomenal, isn't it? When you have got your Burmese sapphire, you have got something with status, you have got something which is in demand, and very, very, very interestingly, I think you've actually got a record-breaking gemstone from its location. You know, I was talking to you about cashmere sapphire and about how loved that is and about how expensive that is. The most expensive made piece, a set piece of jewellery of the cashmere variety, let me just double check this to get it right, sold over a year ago, but it sold for £3,800,000. That's the most expensive cashmere sapphire. Now obviously this isn't cashmere sapphire, this is Burmese, but I'm blown away by this. That's the most expensive of a year ago, for its size, for its look, etc., piece of cashmere, over, well, 3,800,000, it's more than that, but this, however, Burmese, the most expensive Burmese piece in that same auction went for 7,200,000. Now that just goes to show, doesn't it? It really does. This is scintillation. This is quality. This is integrity. Yes, all right, we all know about cashmere and how wonderful and how beautiful and how unique that is. But this actually, more sparkle than you would expect from a cashmere because it does tend to have a higher RI. But also more of that beauty of the richness. You can get anywhere between a 50% in cost and to 100% cost more on this than you would even your Ceylon, more than even you would your Madagascar sapphire. This is not to be underestimated, and that's why it's a £40 strand. Usually. Every single person, I believe, should have the opportunity to own a gemstone from one of the go-to locations. I want everyone to be able to own a Zambian amethyst. I want everyone to be able to own the likes of a Zambian emerald. I want everyone to be able to own, you know, the likes of your Indian moonstone. I want everyone to be able to own the likes of your Burmese sapphire. And at this price, I've given you that opportunity. Wow. I've given you that opportunity today that I cannot guarantee you in the future, because the price of Burmese sapphire is going up. It's weird because we've seen drops actually in the price of Burmese jadeite recently, but we're seeing increases in that of Burmese sapphire. It's going up and up and up, higher and higher and higher. Now that's going to have an effect on us. If we want to try and buy this back now, when that price is a bit of a peak, we will have to pay more. That means that we won't be able to do this sort of price for you, obviously, if we get it now and we have to bring this to you in the future. This is an exceptional opportunity. I mean, Burmese sapphire, status. Yep. Burmese sapphire, whole of the bag.
And that's the thing, you know, you've got that quality, but then you've got the location, which takes it up more steps, doesn't it? You know, so you're raising the bar every time. Beautiful.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous.
Yeah. It's astonishing now. Yeah. I really, and I think if you do put it along the likes of the Tanzanite, now obviously the Tanzanite is quite a bit smaller, but if you do put it along the likes of the Tanzanite, you can really see that difference in the sparkle actually. Look at the sparkle. I mean, Tanzanite obviously has got a beautiful sparkle anyway, but really, really really shining through on this. So if you love your sparkle, if you love your beauty, really lengthy strand. I've got 41 centimetres worth. That is a sensational opportunity. I wish you all a mammoth amount of luck. I really do, because this is quality, and I would say to you absolutely and completely, do your research on this. Truly do your research. As I said, cashmere, the most expensive one in that individual auction, went for over 3.5 mil. Burmese went for over 7 mil, let's say, just over 7. A really great deal, a really sensational deal. And you know you want quality, quality, quality. I'll just say to you, I quite like these together. Now, this might just be me. Blues and greens together for me should always be seen. We did this for you earlier on. If you want the Zambian emerald, I think they work really nicely together. In fact, it's coming on the bottom of your screen now. Can you believe it? Here it is. Now, there it is, bottom of your screen. We did this natural AA grade emerald for just $89.95. I mean, it's boggling. Okay, well done to everyone. From Zambia to Burma to Madagascar now. Oh, these are a bit of a quirky shape, aren't they? These are a quirky shape. Like them? What do you think? I think this is a very, oh, look at how phenomenal the light is on the surface of these. Now, I'll be straight with you. Madagascan rose quartz is a very special gemstone, a very much loved gemstone from that location, just like as I was saying before with your Burmese, etc. Now, I have a very, very, very important opportunity on this. Now, the fact of the matter is that when you have something from this location with this beauty, and it is beauty, it is often not referred to as rose quartz, interestingly enough. It's referred to as rose crystalline, and there are two main ways you can tell a rose crystalline, actually, technically 3. Number 1, vast majority come from Madagascar. Number 2, it will have to be natural to be given that name technically in the trade. And number 3, you have translucency. Let me move my mitts out the way so you can see for yourself. There's absolutely bundles of it. This is not something which is heavily silked. This is not something which has a lot of that kind of candy floss filling to it. This has got that element whereby, can you actually see that glow? That is what you get with a rose crystalline. You get more of a glow, and the translucency is beautiful, but also it gives you brilliance. When is the last time you heard someone sit here and mention brilliance in a rose quartz? It doesn't happen. If this were classified as rose crystalline in the company, in the business, then you would have to be paying a premium. But with this, even though you've got that movement of light, even though you've got that glow, I mean, you can see the brilliance, can't you? You can see that internal effect, that internal glow that is emitting from every single one of these, naturally, mind you. Now, obviously, high-end strand, that is a given. To be able to bring you this amount of carat weight in individual pieces with that amount of wonderful glow in individual pieces, it is going to be a high-end strand. This isn't, you know, gonna be one of those, oh yeah, I don't really have to think about, not the price I was expecting, Scott, I'll be completely honest with you. $14.95, yes. $8.95, not what I expected. Genuinely, this is an exceptional deal. Have a little look when you get this in your basket, and do check it out as quickly as you can. Do your research, please, for rose crystalline quartz, and do feel free to. Rose crystalline. Jan, I need to know what you're thinking about this, please.
I think that's beautiful, and that colour, and like you say, those silks and or everything, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
So soft and feminine, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really, really beautiful. Make
It's
a great
stunning.
ring, wouldn't it?
Completely.
Like a beautiful ring.
I mean, such a great ring, and you'd really get that brilliance on it as well. Rose crystalline I'm looking at here, okay?
the most likely one I can see, which is similar, is a 20 centimetre cabochon round, 20 centimetres, so actually smaller, oh no, about the same size as this, larger in one location, but this is faceted, individual piece, rose crystalline quartz, 42.52, one piece. That is the type of quality we're talking about. Okay, those ones are bigger, and obviously, you know, these are different. This one on my screen now isn't faceted, this one is, but that's the kind of price we would normally be expecting. I know and understand my rose quartz. It's one of the things that I did almost kind of focused on, let's say, in the GIA. This is astonishing. This is in from Martina. Hello to you, Martina. I have this Madagascan rose quartz strands. It's so beautiful. It has a richness that is not in other rose quartz. So happy to have mine. Martina, you are wonderful. I'm so happy that you managed to get this. And do you know what? Richness is the right word. This isn't wishy-washy watery. No. This has got more strength and impact than you would expect even on a morganite, actually, if we're honest.
It has. The colour is so intense, isn't it? It's such a beautiful colour.
Really is, isn't it? Yeah. And if you did want to get it, if you did want to treat it, then I think one individual piece you're making your money back, aren't you?
Well, yeah, you've got to, haven't you? I mean, look at it. Just one of those on a chain even. Or in a ring. If you make a ring with it,
yeah.
You're going to charge at least £20 for that ring, aren't you?
Do you know what I'm thinking? Actually, this piece.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
If you're worried about setting a cabochon, hang on, let me. If you're worried about setting a cabochon, and you want, you know, to kind of get this look, obviously you don't have to put neon pink underneath it, so you won't be able to see it. Why not do something like this with that beautiful wire work around it to really highlight those pieces? We showed you how to make this in the masterclass. A really spectacular opportunity on that one. Good work to every single person. Okay, got to move. Oh, in the middle of a Labradorite cabochons coming up for you now. Well done, rose quartz owners. Thank you very much for your text. Really nice to hear from you. I brought you the kit earlier on. 2 left. I brought to you a selection of other beautiful cabs after that. I think we had, did we have about 4 of them left, those cabochons? I'm now bringing you the biggest stash we've had so far today. 750 carats worth of Labradorite. And look at the quality we have got. Jan, please tell me what you love about Labradorite in this form.
Well, I think the quality of the Labradorite, which we've seen today, is second to none, isn't it? And it just seems to get better and better and better. But when you get it in a cab form, you get more surface area, so you get more of that brilliant sort of phenomenal quality of the gemstone comes through, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're beautiful.
Special, isn't it?
They are special, yeah. And if you're a wire worker, they're brilliant to work with. But if you're not a wire worker, one of the pendants from the kit, I actually made a wire sort of shape and glued it on.
Yeah.
The ring as well. We glued that onto like just a
onto a
section
base,
of wire.
didn't you?
Yeah. So you don't have to be a wire worker to work with cabochons.
Yeah. Very special.
Yeah, they're beautiful, stunning.
They really are. They're kind of showing off a bit, if we're honest, aren't they? They are a bit hello. And I've got loads of hellos to say because you have got a mammoth amount here. If I count mine up, there you go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 I've got. Now it is based on carat weight. Can't guarantee you 17. You might get 16. You might get 18. But that is a lot to be able to work with, isn't it, Jan? That is a big amount.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you'd be in heaven, wouldn't you, really? You got those home, started working with them.
And yet it's £24.95 for you today.
What can you say about that? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Isn't it? You know, you made that pendant that you've got on, you made that with that. You're going to charge more for that pendant, aren't you?
I think that is sensational.
That's amazing.
And of course we did have the masterclass essentially based around how to work with cabochons like this. We showed you some of Jan's ways. I will let you know the kit with the labradorite in sold out. It's gone, there's 0 left, so I do apologise for that. But if you do want to create the look of, for example, this necklace, which is exactly what we learned to make with Jan, then you know, now is your chance to get the goodies, let's say, that you need to make this collection, and it will be something which you can work with in many different guises, because labradorite doesn't go out of style and fashion, because every single colour trend that we're talking about this weekend essentially will be in there at some point or another.
And that's the thing, you can put it with lots of other gemstones as well, because you've only got to move it and that colour will probably pop out at you. You know, so you've got all your different colours in there.
Totally.
It's it's a beautiful gemstone.
Yeah, it is. It is very special indeed. Well done to one and all. Okay, let's do a little bit of a switcheroo. Whoop. You ready? You ready? I've got connectors for you. And I've got loads of them. Loads and loads and loads of them. These are your bezel set connectors. Jan, connector, what is it?
Well, it does what it says on the tin, doesn't it? It connects. So if you've got a necklace and you want to you want to put that beautiful detail in there, it will bridge the gap, won't it? And it will connect the two sections of either a gemstone necklace or a chain together. They're beautiful. They could be earrings as well. They don't have to be connectors.
No, they don't, do they?
Make brilliant earrings. You could connect them all together with jump rings and make a bracelet. They're beautiful.
They are really stunning, aren't they? They are captivating. And when we talk about black onyx, it's not a gemstone that we get to see very often at all.
No, it isn't. But and again, it's going to go with any gemstone, isn't it? So you could make a gemstone necklace and have that as the drop. But again, because you've got the onyx and the silver, it's really, really sort of versatile.
Yeah.
Really versatile shape.
Really is stunning and versatile, isn't it?
Beautiful.
And when we've got this amount of sterling silver around it, and I'll just show you, it's not just one-sided, it is double-sided that we've got here. So you have got facets on each side. When you have that, and that framing of the silver, it's something you could do, maybe as a silversmith, but actually tricky otherwise, no?
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to take you time, and when you're making your jewellery to sell, you have to factor in your time, don't you? So having to sort of buy the materials and then go through the process of actually making them and bezel setting them. I mean, personally, I haven't done that, and I would imagine if you speak to Sammy or somebody who does sort of silversmithing, then Sammy would say that her time involved in doing that, it'd be better just to buy them. Why not?
Why not? And do so now. 10 pieces of these you're getting, sterling silver and your black onyx. It's going to be a classical look, a stunning design, and we're going to make it really affordable. Shoulda, woulda, coulda been $21.95. Okay. We're going to bring this to you today at £14.95. That price is up on your screen right now. Make the most of it whilst you can. And I think if you really want to go a little bit quirky, a little bit different, a little bit unusual and unique, you could actually put it with that 263 centimetre spanel that I did earlier on.
Yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
You know what, you wouldn't even really need to restrand it, would you? I mean, well, you would, unless you wanted to use all 263 centimetres worth. But you wouldn't have to. You'd just cut a bit, take a bit off, put a strand on, attach it. You're done, aren't you?
Yeah, you can
really.
do that. Look at that.
I think you could do loads with these, with the pearls, as we said.
Be beautiful. But if you had, for me personally, I'd be making pendants with them as well.
Oh yeah.
So you could put a jump ring in, attach it to a chain, and then suspend another gemstone from underneath it, and you've got a beautiful pendant, haven't you?
That's a really great idea. Really high-end pendant. Love that. Get it whilst you can at £14.95. Do not forget, our price drops only last until 8 o'clock. So very important that you make the most of them whilst you can. It's a discount code essentially that runs out at 8 AM in the morning. So do make the most of it. So JV82 is your code on this one today. How about I bring to you a special one indeed. Do you know what? We've been given very special things today, Scott. Manager Scott has been in and really mixed it up today. I mean, how often do we see Burmese sapphire? How often do we get that glow from a Madagascar rose quartz at that kind of price in particular? When do we get to see the likes of our, you know, eye clean Zambian emerald, AA graded, very unique, very individual, and this one is no different. I wonder how many of you'd be able to guess what this is on first glance. I reckon you will, but you might have to think about it. Take a look. Fancy! Does that give you a clue? Genuine green sapphire. Okay, we do not get to see this often at all. Perfect for our colour trend. This is one of the Pantone colours that we've got coming up throughout the autumnal kind of spectrum of these times. This is so individual. Now, when I hold this out, you're going to notice one main thing, and that's going to be the clarity. Clarity in a drop of sapphire, not something we get to see so often. But when I hold this away from my hand for you, you will be able to see it, and you will be able to see it massively. Hang on, let me just pin that in there. There you go. Take a look at it. The clarity on this is beautiful. Now, when you have this amount of clarity, with that amount of strength of colour, you have got a very high-end gem indeed. And you have most certainly got it here. Now, this is, excuse me, this is obviously a very special gemstone, a very special look, because we have numerous colours actually of the Pantone season within here. You've almost got that lush meadow mixed with a little bit of warm taupe, but also that shark skin colouring to it, haven't you? You've definitely got those elements within there, and you've got it with that mass amount of clarity. Now, what that means and what that gives you is three individual light movements, three main light movements with gemstone. First off, can you see the lustre? If I show you, if I do this, it'll be easier to see. Lustre, external light interest, burst of light basically on the surface. Can you see that? That's your lustre. Yes, check, got it. What about brilliance? Can we see brilliance? Easiest way to see brilliance is against the skin. Internal glow, internal light. Can you see that on here? Yeah, you can see that too, can't you? In particular at the ends of these where that light stays in there a little bit longer than usual. And when you're holding this, and I'll give it a little bit of a twist, when you're holding this in natural daylight, can you see fire? You most certainly, absolutely, and completely can to the naked eye. It's harder with the screen that's in the camera that's in front because of the lenses within it. But trust me on this, you can. I'm getting lots and lots and lots of the blues and the pinks coming from this. Fire, brilliance, lustre, one strand, not filled, yet still clarity on a sapphire. Treat yourself whilst you can. It's individual, it's unique, it's going to look great with that Labradorite and that Zambian. Get it whilst you can at just £49.95. Pardon? What alarm? It's the what alarm, did you say? Right, Manager Scott, it almost sounded like he was trying to be cool. Said, oh, it's the sound of the £20 saving alarm. That is £20 off sapphire for you, and it is 100% real sapphire. It's not filled,
It's genuine. That we've enhanced that colour by adding a little bit of heat to it, but that's it. That's all we've managed to do. This is a very special one indeed. And I mean, I'm going to do an ish count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 19, 20. Oh, 20, 40. This is obviously very ish. 40, I'm going to go for 70, let's say. About 70 on a strand. So how much would that be? Well, it's 40 something p, isn't it? About 70 on a strand. It's going to be 40, oh, top of my head. 43p, 46p. 46p. 43p, I said 43p. Oh, I should have really stuck to my guns on that. So about 43 pence per one. Jan, discuss.
Is that beautiful? Those earrings that Sue made, imagine with that design, they would look phenomenal, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they look beautiful?
Yeah.
They'd look absolutely gorgeous in that. That's the sort of thing I would do with them.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
With sterling silver? Gold?
With sterling silver, I think. Oh, I don't know.
Rose gold? Oh, a bit of both. Bit of both. Would you?
Yeah. You could use either, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. Thank you very much, Sue, for doing us these earrings. Very, very, very nice indeed. And will go great with that sapphire. Well done to one and all at $20.95, £20 saving. How about I give you, well done everyone. What a treat that was. Might get that. I wonder what that is. Might get that. Okay. Oh, wow. High quality. Very high quality. Morganite. I just want to ask you, Jan, when you're looking at this strand, because this really stands out for me as a Morganite, when you're looking at this strand, what does this give to you that maybe most Morganites you see doesn't?
I mean, some of the Morganite I've had before, it gives you clarity, doesn't it? There's lots of there's clarity in there, isn't there? And it's really bright and beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Really,
I love the graduation on it as well, and the shape of it.
Now, can I ask you, for anyone who's new in particular, why is graduation a good thing?
It's great because if you're making, say if I wanted those as a centrepiece to a necklace, you've got that natural graduation down that gives you that natural point, doesn't it? That centre point. So it's brilliant for that sort of thing.
Really is, isn't it? And it is one of those very high-end gemstones to work with for a loved one. Oh, I just had a gorgeous hug before off of Lola, you know, Claire McDonald's daughter. Oh, she gives the best cuddles. And actually, I was thinking the other day, I had a very nice stroke with your puppy dog last time. I saw your puppy dogs are always so cute. But it's one of those gemstones that is a gemstone for, well, it's connotated with, you know, eternal love. And I think it is a very special gifting strand, isn't it?
It is, because it's one of those special gemstones, in my opinion. Because I just love Morganite. I just think it's so feminine and so beautiful, and it's up there, isn't it? So it's, it is, and to gift a piece of jewellery made with that is really special.
Yeah,
really special.
Definitely. And I want to ask you, for anyone who does maybe get to work with this as a gift for a loved one, for a best friend, because you make and sell your jewellery, how might you be, let's say, handing this on, passing this on, even handing this down, because, you know, heirloom, as we said, how might you be doing that to really make them appreciate the beauty and the status of this gemstone?
You mean as in sort of what sort of style of jewellery that you would make, or?
Either, possibly,
I think for me, using maybe the centre one, just as a statement, and having that on a bracelet, a sterling silver chain bracelet, would look phenomenal. But then I'd put that in a nice gift box, and maybe even just do a little ticket to say what it is, and just explain to them what the gemstone is.
Definitely,
that'd be really lovely then, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So you imparting that, authenticity certificate, and passing on that information really about the gemstone, where it's from, what it is.
You could even do a nice little pamphlet, actually, couldn't you, about the history of this? 50 carats worth of your Morganite here. You have got a very special opportunity to own this. Get it whilst you can. You ready? This is a wonderful strand. It has so much beauty, a lot of beauty. Get it whilst you can.
should be. Sound the alarm. It's the £20 off alarm, apparently. £29.95. Jan, what do you think?
I'm loving the alarm.
Yeah, poshing it. Proper poshing it.
That's an amazing price for that strand, isn't
Yeah.
it? It is, because like we said, it's quality strand. So get your authenticity certificate.
Yes, do that.
And like you say, then if you're selling on or you're giving us gifts, you can just impart that information onto someone then, and then they'll realise then how special it is.
Completely.
Yeah.
Completely understanding how beautiful and much loved that is, isn't it?
It is.
I think this is an incredible opportunity. Get the final few whilst you can, and please do make sure you're checking those out whilst you can. That's a really nice idea, actually. Right, I can't quite reach this, sorry. No, it's all right, don't worry, Scott. They call me Stretch Armstrong for a reason. Oh, and it's attached to something. Oh, Scott, you've done me a right. Scott, Manager Scott came and put this. I can't get that out. Where's my love? That is absolutely stuck within there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we maybe do something else for a moment whilst Wes picks up the entire that's not coming out, is it? Oh, nice one, Wes. That I don't know, Scott, but
shows
you've
how
got
strong it is, though.
Do you know
the way
what?
You were just
that has been
on
stuck between a huge piece of perspex and wood. Not a scratch on it.
And you were giving it, giving it some welly. It didn't come out.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the idea of maybe just a few of these draped from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And we were saying about sort of before about using silver or gold, and you've got it all there, haven't you?
Yeah, you have. You've got every single moment of it here. Beautiful. Well done, everyone on the Morganite now. London Fashion Week started yesterday. Oh, I was in awe. Were you? Oh, some astonishing pieces. There is a big metallic look with quite a few of these designers, and that's, we're even seeing that in the likes of the shark skin colour, actually, aren't we, of the Pantone. Two-tone metals is something, when it's this high quality, this high grade, with silver and with gold, that actually is quite wearable when it's already done for you, isn't it?
It is, because it's there, and together I think they look beautiful together. So putting them together is something that I would do.
Yeah.
But you don't have to, because it's already done for you.
Yeah. And I've made a few two-tone pieces, and a two-tone piece that I have made is it's essentially a bubble ring. It went a bit wrong. I'll be honest, I took it apart. But it was, the base was silver, and I used gold head pins on it. Well, it basically, because it was just one base and just one colour of the head pins that I used, it basically looked like I'd run out of a gold wire to make the base. So it just looked cat, and I got annoyed and I took it apart. And I think sometimes if you do two-tone, you run that risk, actually, of looking like that was kind of done by accident, or I didn't really care, or I ran out of a certain colour. Because the link is continuous, it's so evenly done. It's not an element whereby, you do the silver chain and then all of a sudden you're adding a different type of chain in and a different colour. This is working as a whole, and this is what hits that, two-tone nail on the head. Oh, okay. Do you remember what I said to you earlier on? I genuinely do mean this. If you didn't, please do let me remind you. You have got, I've got 52 centimetres worth here. You have got a really big price hike in gold, in silver, sorry, and gold, but silver at the moment, which means that we have to essentially forewarn you here at Jewellery Maker that when you're seeing our sterling silver chains, which you're used to seeing at £9.95 if we're honest now, aren't you? You've gotten used to it. When you're seeing them now at £12.95, and in November maybe more like £14.95, we have to kind of prepare you to say, look, we're not having you on. There was an issue with the market, there was an issue with the silver prices. It took a peak sort of 6-7 months ago that we're now feeling the impact of, and we've seen a peaks coming in around about 2 months time, so that's going to happen in November. So please prepare yourself for sterling silver to be going up in price, and it has. I've brought you chains at £12.95 being the lowest we can go to, because otherwise we're essentially giving them making no money. If we make no money as a channel, we close down as a channel, everyone loses their job, etc. Now this, a very, very, very special deal, very, very, very special price point, because this is obviously something that we've had in our vault for more than a month or two, and that means that we've really very, very, very special treat here for you. And if we bought this back in now, and if we brought this back in, sorry, in November, $8.95, we don't necessarily have to stick to that price. We don't, because the market's changed, and because it could have cost us more if we'd ordered more in. So we'll have to even it out. Very special indeed, £8.95, great treat for you. Well done, one and all. Shall I try and squeeze in a few more in the final 7 minutes? Did I? All right, £8.95, final chance for you today. IG DL86. Great opportunity for you on that one. Really, really special indeed. High shine galore. How about I bring you history on this one? I did promise you another couple of products, didn't I? How about I bring you another something special? Fossilised Ammonite on these ones. Well done everyone on that chain. Very high fashion look, great for Christmas, and a bargain for Christmas. Fossilised Ammonite I've got for you here, and I've got it in a vast amount of qualities and a vast amount of textures. A really, really, really big and individual look. A really mammoth individual look that we have here for you. Every single one of these is so individual, and can you see how you've almost got those different depths and that different integrity to each? Oh, very rare will you actually get druzy like this within the Ammonite. Ammonite itself is history. Oh, look at that. Ammonite, sorry, itself is history, and it's something which we don't get to see often. It's a gemstone and an animal which essentially no longer exists to us here on the planet, and once it's gone, it is gone. Therefore, you would expect a very, very, very high price indeed. There are 200 carats worth here of your Ammonite. Why do I keep saying Amazonite? Ammonite today, and that is equating to me to 6 of these. Once they're gone, and I don't just mean in our vaults, I mean in nature. So get them whilst you can. A very special treat on these. Really easy to work with too, and we'll talk about that more in a moment. You could just use them like Jan did in this masterclass design, and you know, gluing it on as we saw earlier. Get them whilst you can. Very special deal indeed. Should be. We're rolling it down. This is for your final few minutes of our show this afternoon before the late show kicks in with more creativity. 200 carats worth of your fossil Ammonite. Let's roll it down and let's raise a smile. £19.95. Remember, once it's gone, it's gone. Perfect for doing the designs we saw earlier, isn't it, Jan?
Perfect to use as like a cabochon, but prong set is really nice with them. Just minimal prong set and minimal wire work on them, just so you get all that beauty of that detail. Yeah, I love them. They're gorgeous.
I'm glad. I'm absolutely glad. I love the one with the druzy in.
Yeah, special, isn't it?
Very special indeed. Very, very, very special. Please remember that that price point will not last forever. It only lasts until 8 o'clock. So do take full advantage of it whilst you have the opportunity. I wonder if on the repeat, I'm on in the morning now. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Because I'm coming on in the morning in a bit. If I am, morning Becky. Here you are. And morning to you all as well. Future people. Oh yeah, morning team. Morning Rob. Morning Ollie. Don't know who my tech up is. Morning. Anyway, I'm on with you in the morning just to make you aware. We have got the deal of the day diamonds coming up for you tomorrow, 11 o'clock. I've seen them. We all have. Wow. Well done to everyone on these ones. £19.95. I've got a what? Sorry, my love. Oh, I'm not seeing that. Oh no, sweet pig. I'm sorry, you didn't give me that. You gave me some opal. Cabochons. Should we do that? Well done, one and all. Okay, this is very special indeed. This is something which we haven't managed to see for quite some time. This is steady as a rock opal. Take a look and see what's different. Can you see what's different about this in comparison to most of our opal? Can you see what's individual? Can you see what is absolutely notable about these? This is one of our newest varieties of your opal from a very special location on the planet.
Now these are so new to us, and I'm going to be completely honest. This is a location, a very special location, which I actually watched a kind of showcase, let's say, about this, and I know full well that there was a ring that was sold that was, for the rounds, 18 mil rounds. It was 2 mil larger than this, and you were paying way more than you're paying for the entire amount. I mean, imagine this as a ring. It's going to be absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Imagine the size of that. I mean, it's really going to be absolutely statement, isn't it? That price, genuinely, have a look for yourself. It's this Indian location, okay? It's a very, 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 very unique area. Very difficult to get it out of the ground because it's so tough. But the reason we bother and the reason we try is because it's like a mottled sky. It's not as striated and as strong as all the others. It's got that mottled effect to it. Do your research. More than that, I have seen one individual ring go for, and it was on a well-known low-priced show. And yet still I'm able to bring you 4 at £29.95. Jan, tell me what you're thinking.
I think it's beautiful. Like you say, that detail, that colour is gorgeous. And to have it in that cabochon form is really special because it's great as a ring, great as a bracelet, just perfect. In that design we did in the masterclass, perfect.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful colour though, isn't it?
Completely. It's stunning, and it is, I have to say, it's essentially one of our newest launches that we've done this for you. It's from this individual one-off location in India. Some people refer to it as your Bengal opal. Oh my goodness, I've only got a few seconds left. Well done to everyone, £29.95. Get it whilst you can. Research the likes of your Bengal opal, and fingers crossed. Big price on that. I'm heading on over because Jan has been working with some Beryl and some sterling silver as well. Hi Jan.
Hiya.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Great.
Jan, it's been lovely to be with you today. As always.
I've really enjoyed it.
Absolutely, have you?
Yeah, it's been good.
This is the Beryl that we did for you earlier. It was the most affordable rounds of Beryl we had by a long chalk. £49.95 was the closest that we had at them before. You also got the sterling silver rondelles as well. Tell us how. First off, the Beryl, which is currently on your screen, what's to work with?
The Beryl's beautiful, beautiful to work with. I got 0.8 wire for the pen. That pendant is a 0.8 wire. Yeah, they're just lush. They are so pretty.
It really
is,
so
isn't
pretty.
It?
And the sterling silver spaces at the bottom of your screen.
They give a real sort of subtle sparkle, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, if you don't want full out sparkle, these are really elegant and delicate and understated elegant.
So there is your info. Get it whilst you can. Jan, you're a love. Next on when?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, I'll see you in the crossover. I'm back tomorrow in the morning, so do make sure you are joining us. Have a wonderful evening. Stay tuned for the late show. Stay safe, stay happy, and create. See you soon.